So it was great. I think this is the third, Pedro, the third edition of this NEXUS conference. It's really great. This morning, we're going to tackle a very serious subject. Yesterday, we addressed serious subject, but this one is very special. And it's going really now at the speed of the light, to a point that a month ago at the World Economic Forum in Dubai, we had the annual summit on cybersecurity. One big subject that the CEO of Palo Alto Networks was saying is, what's happening right now is we just don't know what's happening. You know, we receive attacks managed by AI, and we don't know who's behind. We just got agents, you know, attacking us, and we don't know who is behind. So in a world that we just don't know, you know, we can ask ourselves lots of questions. And what I'd like to do with you today, with the audience and the panelists and different speakers, is to discuss about cooperation. And the time has come that we cannot work alone, and we discussed with Pedro about, you know, what's happening in Portugal. And it's very important that whatever we do not do it alone. We do with others. We do it with others in our country, in Portugal. We do it with our friends in Europe. And we do that, you know, globally. We have friends also from Israel. They're going to be discussing on the Cyber Directorate of Israel how they work with others. Our working with others in collaboration and cooperation, you know, is key in the world of cyber resilience. We'll talk a lot about cyber resilience. But before, you know, we did dive with our panelists and speakers today, the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to give the voice to Pedro Mendoza for the National Cybersecurity Department of the government to address what's going on in Portugal. And Pedro, thank you so much to be with us today. You know, we would have liked to have you here in person, but you know that we know that today is not a good day, it's raining, and we hope we're going to have sun later on today. So Pedro, the floor is yours. You know, if you can explain, share with us, you know, what is about critical information infrastructure, critical infrastructure in Portugal. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Sorry for not being able to be there. It would be a pleasure, but well, I'll do my best to compensate you with the presentation. I'm going to share my screen. Hope everything is okay. I suppose it is.
All good, Pedro.
You can see my presentation.
Yes,
and
indeed.
Listen to me. You can. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, my name is Pedro Mendoza. I work at the Portuguese National Cybersecurity Center. I'm the head of the Innovation and Development Department, where we have the Cybersecurity Observatory and capacity building in terms of human factor. Training, we have the C Academy, that's a set of courses in cybersecurity. We have Safer Internet Center, and we have also communication. So I'm responsible for the human factor domain related to cybersecurity, and also how that human factor must be interconnected, and the capacity of that human factor must be interconnected with the situational awareness. So we need to understand what is the situation, for instance, of critical infrastructures, in terms of organizations, in terms of staff, and so on, in order to make the better kind of strategies, to develop the kind of strategies that are suited for the flaws and the vulnerabilities we have. My presentation will be about some data about cybersecurity incidents affecting our organizations, and also, of course, critical infrastructures. I will talk also about social technical vulnerabilities, so the human factor, and the organizational factor, the things that are related to processes. So it's the human, it's the process, and it's the technology, and they are all interconnected. And then I will talk briefly about some legal challenges we face. We have a new legal framework for cybersecurity in Portugal. Actually, was just published some minutes ago. That's interesting. and that it's a result of the transposition of the NIS2, and the maritime sector was already in the transport sector in the NIS1. Again, it's in the NIS2. Well, what is a cybersecurity incident? I think it's very important to understand what is a cybersecurity incident. Often it's a cybercrime, but it may not be a cybercrime because it can have a natural disaster as a cause, for instance, as a root cause for the cybersecurity incident. So we can have an incident without having a malicious agent, a person making the attack. So often is intentional, but it may not be intentional. You can have an incident that is not a result of an intentional action. As I said, a natural disaster. But that's also a cybersecurity incident. That's very important to understand in order to have an holistic approach to cybersecurity. It's not just about malicious actors, it's about flaws, about natural disasters, and so on. So often has a human cause, but it may not have a human cause. In the present law, we have a definition that it's based on the international frameworks on cybersecurity, of cybersecurity incident. It's an event with a real adverse effect on the security of network and information systems. So many things can cause a cybersecurity incident. We have at least 5 causes that are stressed in the Portuguese regulation: system failure, natural phenomenon, human error, malicious attack, failure to supply goods or services by a third party. Of course, malicious attack is very important. For the Portuguese National Cybersecurity Center, we tend to look at the more relevant and substantial incidents with more impact. Not all incidents are relevant, of course. We have a lot of incidents that are not relevant, so we don't need to have a record of those incidents, and we may not even have to answer those incidents. So that's why the blackout in Portugal in April 28th of this year was a cybersecurity incident, even though that incident was not a result of a malicious cause, as far as we know, but it was a cybersecurity incident because we had a problem of availability of information, for instance, an interruption of services. That's a cybersecurity incident. But of course, we tend to look more at the malicious attacks. And I'm going to look at malicious attacks because they are more dynamic and unpredictable in the origins. That's why a phishing attack on the behalf of a bank or a ransomware attack to a critical infrastructure, they are also cybersecurity incidents. And I'm going to take a deep dive into this kind of cybersecurity incidents causes. I'm going to use 2 main reports we published in Portugal in the Cybersecurity Observatory. One is Risks and Conflicts. It's about cyber threats, and another is Society, and it's about the human capacity and the human vulnerability in Portugal. I'm going to look at Portugal specifically, and taking also a look to the 2 organizations. I'm going to focus on organizations as the target of these attacks, and that of course involves ports and other maritime transport infrastructures. Well, one important output is this: the number of incidents still increasing year after year, and in 2024 we had more 36% of incidents recorded by the Portuguese National Cybersecurity Center. This is just incidents with relevant impact. We now have more ability to collect data about relevant incidents. Actually, we had 11,000 incidents recorded last year, but in order to make a comparison with previous years, we must consider the number 2,700 or so incidents, number of incidents. This is a methodological thing, but well, that's not important. What is important here is that the number of incidents still is growing year after year. This is not just in Portugal, of course, it's all around the world. The ability to collect, to have a view about these incidents is also increasing, of course. We have more visibility of cyberspace. We have more tools in order to understand what's happening in cyberspace. And that's why also we have a bigger record of incidents. Another important output is the idea that the human factor is very important. Phishing is the kind of incident that it's more frequent. Also social engineering attacks. Phishing is a sort of social engineering, of course, but social engineering like phishing or smishing or other kinds of frauds that use the human factor vulnerabilities, they are very common. But of course, cybersecurity incidents is not just a matter of numbers, it's a matter of impact. And even though ransomware is decreasing since 2022 in Portugal, the number of record ransomware attacks is decreasing from 2022, as you can see, to 2024. The impact is still very relevant. And as you know, in the maritime sector, we had an important incident in 2022, a ransomware attack to Lisbon port. It had a lot of impact. Of course, the organization had the ability to recover, and that's important. But again, it's not just a matter of quantity, it's also a matter of quality in terms of impact. And ransomware is a very important problem. What are the most affected sectors and essential entities? Critical sectors. Transports are part of the most affected sectors, but also banks, energy, municipalities, city halls, education, health, internet service providers. This is in Portugal, but you can see the same trend in European Union, for instance. If you look at threat landscape from ENISA, the European Cybersecurity Agency, you can see the same kind of sectors being detected more frequently and with more impact. Of course, critical infrastructures are a very common target for criminals and state actors. Why? Because they have a lot of impact when they are attacked. They have an impact in society, and by having an impact in society, they have more interesting data, and it's easier to make a ransom, for instance, to get money from these organizations because they have critical services to keep. They are responsible for critical services. They don't want to stop those critical services. That's why they are more able to pay a ransom, for instance, in a ransomware case or in fraud or something like that. I would like to highlight three kinds of cybersecurity incidents that affect organizations and that might affect critical infrastructures in Portugal, but also we see again the same trend in all around the world and particularly in Europe. Business email compromise. It's a very important issue, and I'm going to show you that even though some of these incidents they have a technical aspect, an important technical aspect, or on the procedures that are being used from the attackers. The attackers also use the social vulnerabilities of the user in order to make the attack. For instance, the business email compromise is when a supplier, someone pretends to be a supplier of a specific client and asks the supplier to pay the next invoice to a new bank account number. And by doing that, the client is paying the next invoice to a fake or a bank account that is not from the real supplier, but from an attacker. Sometimes this happens because the account from the supplier is compromised. There's a credentials collection before that, or someone makes a personification of that, of the email of the supplier, and pretends to be the supplier, and sends an email to the client. This is a very important kind of attack, and we have some important cases in Portugal, but not just in Portugal. And companies are losing money, big money, and organizations, even public administration is losing money because of this kind of attack. And this is social engineer. Another one, very well known, is ransomware. The most frequent kind of ransomware last year was Akira, a type of ransomware. And usually this kind of ransomware, even though ransomware is a very technical kind of threat, as you can imagine, as you know, it starts many times with also credentials collection and an account compromise. So the compromise starts in the user, and by not having the user a good password, or having an exploit, or by having an exploitation of a password, or the user might have shared the password in a phishing attack, for instance. So the attacker enters makes an intrusion into the account of someone working in an organization, scales to administrative privileges, and installs the malware, makes an installation of the malware. Of course, ransomware can happen in many other ways, like by exploring technical vulnerabilities and so on. But what I want to highlight that even in this case, human factor is very important, and this affects critical infrastructures. Even though your organization has a lot of OT, operational technologies, most of the times it's interconnected with IT, and you have a user. We always have a user, and that user must be protected. It must be a human firewall, as some people say. Another important issue is info stealers. Info stealer is a kind of malware that, after being installed in a computer or a mobile phone, whatever, collects information about the user, credentials, and so on. What the most frequent kind of malware last year was Agent Tesla. Agent Tesla frequently happens as a result of a spear phishing attack. That is a phishing that is directed, that is targeted to a specific person with specific information about that person. That's very important. And that starts by the attacker collects information online, of course, in social media and so on. The recipient, the person that receives this phishing, clicks in an attachment, and the malware there's an installation of the malware in the computer, and that's the exfiltration. This is a big problem that can happen to any kind of organization. And after the attacker, when the attacker has the information collected by the info stealer, he can use that information to make another attack, for instance, a ransomware attack, for instance. In the report about risks and conflicts, we also make a survey to professionals in the area of cybersecurity in Portugal, and we ask them about what is their risk perception in terms of cybersecurity. What is the cybersecurity risk perception they have in relation to Portuguese cyberspace? And year after year, the risk perception is increasing, even though some of these professionals, they think the Portuguese cyberspace has more capacity, is more resilient. We have more resilience. Even though we have more resilience, the risk is higher. Why? Because we have more threats, more sophisticated threats, and the geopolitical context is also a complex context, as you know. And of course, critical infrastructures are a very important target for state actors that are related to enemies of NATO, for instance, and so on and so on. So for these professionals, the risks are increasing. In terms of vulnerable social technical conditions, that is, vulnerabilities that are human factor related. I'm not talking specifically about technical vulnerabilities, CVEs, for instance. I'm talking about human vulnerabilities. One important issue is that the attack surface is very big. We are very exposed to critical infrastructures in the sense that we use a lot of platforms that are critical for cybersecurity, comparing to, for instance, European Union countries and the average in the European Union. We use a lot of emails. We'll use a lot of online video calls, social media, and instant messaging, more than the average of EU countries' users. Human resources. In terms of human resources, companies in Portugal, more than in other countries in Europe, find it difficult to hire cybersecurity staff. We have a lack of cybersecurity staff. We have a low rate of certified cybersecurity professionals comparing to European Union. And in public administration, we have a really high need for cybersecurity staff. We have a low use of multi-factor authentication in public administration, even though in public administration the data it's better comparing to companies. But in companies we have even lower use of multi-factor authentication than in European Union average. And multi-factor authentication, as you know, is a protection for many attacks. If it starts with an email compromise, and we saw that many of the attacks I described start with an email compromise, multi-factor authentication is one of the most important protections for that. And it's a very simple thing. I'm not talking about very sophisticated kind of technologies. I'm talking about simple things. We must start with simple things. Sometimes simple things protect us from big problems. We don't have enough awareness raising campaigns in mass media, and we don't make a real assessment of the impact of the existent awareness raising campaigns. We need to understand if those campaigns are having an effect. And a small volume of companies offering awareness raising training to their employees, comparing to European Union average, we still to invest on that. Almost finishing. I don't want to finish without talking a little bit about NIS2. The transport sector was already in NIS1, so it's easier for you to be compliant with that NIS2 and with the new legal framework. What are the main changes? We have more sectors, as you know, but you were already in the NIS1, as I said, even though we have new thresholds to identify organizations. I don't know how that will have an impact in some organizations. I don't know exactly how that will have an impact. I want to highlight another difference from NIS1. There's an increase of responsibilities in managers. Managers, they have more they can be responsible, they can be accountable. They are accountable for cybersecurity incidents. We have more cross-border collaboration mechanisms between European Union countries. We need to have a system, and NIS2 wants us to have a system of coordinated vulnerability disclosure, and this new law, this new legal framework for cybersecurity helps us on that. This is a law that stresses the need to have a risk-based approach to cybersecurity and to have good collaboration between organizations. As we usually say, cybersecurity is not about competition. In cybersecurity, there's no competition. There's only collaboration. So I'm gonna finish by just saying that we need to have an holistic view of cybersecurity. As I said before, it's not just about crime. It's about many other things, and it's about collaboration, as I said. The number of incidents is increasing, and the human factor is very important. We still have a lack of human resources, and the new legal cybersecurity requirements, they embrace private and public sector, but more private sector than before with new sectors. But well, you were already there, so you just need to keep up the good work. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you,
Pedro.
Pedro.
Questions?
Yeah, thank you, Pedro, so much for your very comprehensive presentation. You're gonna stay with us for the panel discussion coming soon in about 30 minutes. I think one key thing that Pedro mentioned is we have a clear understanding about the situation now in Portugal. So I think it's all good. So we are all on the same page. But more important enough, from a critical infrastructure perspective, we see out of 7 sectors that we have in Portugal, there are 3 that are interlinked for our business. So you have the transport and the port area, right? You have the ISP, so the telecom environment. So without no telecom, there is nothing we can do in our ports, right? And more importantly enough is we do not think about it globally enough is energy. You know, if we don't have power, there is no port. You know, we cannot operate. So, you know, it's very important to think about what are our critical business process to operate between ourselves in our ecosystem, and this is a very, very good example. So now, before I give the floor to Ricardo from University of Aveiro, I'm gonna ask you to work for a few seconds. Please use your iPhone or phones on a Slido, and if you can show me the Slido here, I have 3 questions for you. So we're gonna warm up, you know, having everybody engaged in the discussion. Please, so the first question is, are you aware about quantum computing threats? It's a subject that we're gonna discuss with Gadi very shortly. Quantum computing is coming. Q-Day is not very far. You know, so some of us are already using quantum as a service globally at ports. So please answer to this. Yes or no? Okay. Okay, next question. Okay, we have only 3 answers. Yeah, you know, please, come on. You know, more. Slido is not working? Okay. Next, we're gonna talk about organization. You know, the subject matter is, what are the top 3 drivers for you in your organization to minimize the impact of cyber incidents on your primary business objectives? So can we provide the list, please, of the 3 drivers? So we have a list of 7 drivers defined by the World Economic Forum Cybersecurity Compass: leadership, governance, risk and compliance, people and culture, crisis management, ecosystem engagement, business processes, and technical systems. So please. So we got people and culture, governance, people. I think we go back to the presentation about human element, you know, in our story. Okay. So let's move to people and culture, number 1. So next and final question. What are the key steps for you in driving cyber resilience in your organization? Defining resilience. What is cyber resilience? Building scenarios of cyber resilience, or developing KPIs for cyber resilience? More participants, please. So building scenarios of cyber resilience seems to be on the agenda today. So thank you for collaborating on this one. So now we're gonna give the floor to University of Aveiro. Ricardo, please. Ricardo gonna discuss about honeypot. We're gonna be very pragmatic about how to get organized, you know, on cyber attacks. Over to you, Ricardo. You have, it's here. You have 7 minutes, right? Sharp. Otherwise, I'm gonna do like yesterday, like Chris, right?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Ricardo Quintaneiro. I'm a university student from Universidade de Aveiro and also a researcher and I will present advanced honeypots with service replicas. To start, I'm going to explain a bit of the context of why we may need advanced cyber defense systems. First, there is the growing digitalization of our world. Particularly, we are talking about the digital integration in port operations. What we are seeing is that information technologies like your websites and your internal platforms are becoming more interconnected with operational technologies, like, for example, industry controllers. And there are malicious threat groups in the wild that are actively trying to exploit these critical infrastructure systems so that they can have disruptive or espionage purposes in our organizations. And that obviously can have very severe consequences. To explain a bit about the growing attack surface and why we created cyber defense mechanisms to defend against that, we have a bit of an example of all the systems we can have, our traditional systems. We have from firewalls to enterprise antivirus on every computer, but essentially most of these systems allow us to defend against the vast majority of threats that present us. Still, we see that advanced threat groups are able to bypass most of these systems, and that's why we are here today talking about this. Sophisticated actors use normally stealth tactics. They usually mimic user behavior, and with AI today, that's even more likely and more prevalent. Normally, as Pedro Mendonça talks about phishing, they obtain real credentials from, for example, from phishing campaigns, and then they get initial access and move laterally inside our network, preparing their final impacts. One issue that we have as well is alert fatigue in our security systems, in our security teams, especially when an organization gets so big and they have so many alerts, and an analyst is more probable that he is going to hit OK on an alert that he shouldn't by mistake. And finally, there's the issue of zero-day vulnerabilities in our code. That is, zero-day vulnerabilities are vulnerabilities that are not yet known to the public, but they can exist in our code or in code that we use, for example, in external libraries that we use in our software, that in turn are supply chain vulnerabilities. With that said, I'm going to talk about one way that you can proactively improve the defense of your organization, which is using the honeypots. Honeypots are none other than deceptive and isolated systems that can mimic real services or applications. They are intentionally designed to attract, monitor, and trap attackers so that we can study their behavior, their tactics, their techniques, and their tools. And with that knowledge, we defend the real systems, the real operational systems that are running. When we say that we have multiple honeypots in a network, we say that we have an honeynet, and that allows us even to monitor complex scenarios, like I said, lateral movement attacks. As part of Work Package 7, we have developed one solution to this problem that's called Honeyho. Honeyho is designed to create containers, think of it like virtual machines, that house the isolated replicas of the real services. But also it can house the rest parts of the system. As it's Kubernetes based, it's purposely designed to scale, to orchestrate the containers, to automatically do that, and to have dynamic resource allocation. And it's with that isolation that we can have a dedicated honeypot or honeynet per attacker, which completely eliminates cross-interference between attacks. And with that knowledge that we gain, we can, again, improve our real systems without even the attackers knowing that they are being watched. This is a simplified diagram of our architecture. It's more complex than this, but essentially it's to show that we have security by design by separating the two clusters, the two main clusters, which is the management cluster and the Honeynet cluster, which houses the honeypots pods. And then we have storage servers, which house all the logs, with a load balancer at the entry that smartly routes every connection made. In terms of monitoring, we have full network and system tracing monitoring with the decentralized logging going to, for example, we use Elasticsearch that allows us to see, for example, maps of IPs and where they originate from. We also have, for each interaction to a honeypots, we have an entry, a detailed entry with all the structured log. As shown in the right picture. And with that integration with Elasticsearch and Kibana, like I said, that we have real-time data and the logs, statistics and alerts that we can see it in Elasticsearch and Kibana. But we can also export, for example, to an internal messaging system like Slack or Teams. I think it works as well. And we can see system resource usage, like CPU usage and RAM usage, for example, per honeypots, per honeynet, per cluster. We can see it in Grafana. As of now, we are currently validating the system using real computers in different locations. We are also studying the feasibility of the replication of a real port app, which is Joule, which some of you may know. And finally, we are integrating the CM platform into our system, which allows us to trigger incident response processes. To conclude, I would like to say that proactive detection measures can and should complement, but not fully replace traditional defenses, and that high fidelity replicas allow us to get deeper insight into attacker behavior and their tactics, techniques, and procedures. And with that knowledge, we can strengthen the overall security posture of our security teams, which in turn support the long-term resilience and sustainability of the critical port operations and keeps the business flowing. In the name of Unicel Aveiro, I would like to thank all the NEXUS collaborators, particularly APS for receiving us today, and also ITJust, which is here today, that collaborates with us in Work Package 7. And that's it. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ricardo. Sharp on time. Very good. Very well done. I'm very impressed, Claudio, by the quality of the work of the universities since yesterday and very pragmatic. In particular, we know that globally at ports, cybersecurity, cyber attacks is the #1 risk to all ports of the world. We did at IAPH early this year a global survey on that, and Gadi will talk about it. But out of this, from an ENISA perspective, the European Cybersecurity Agency, we all know that at ports, one of the top 4 risks in cybersecurity is port communication system. So it's very important that what you, Ricardo, demonstrated here in implementing the honeypot within Joule, which is a port communication system for Portugal, it's a must-have. It's really fantastic. So you're gonna have maybe Claudio and you people to hire sometime, It's really great. We do not, at ports globally, we do not invest enough in people. We need to upskill people, we need to reskill people, and cybersecurity is, as Pedro mentioned at Nationwide in Portugal, how much we need to invest in people. We don't have the people with the knowledge that we need to fight this, cyber war. So thank you, Ricardo. Now we're going to move to we have 2 companies. We have Blueberry Solution from Sofia in Portugal. It's one of the D2XCEL startups with us today, and we will have after ITJust with Manuel. So over to you, George. Please come to the stage. Very happy. Blueberry is represented also by the Chief Technology Officer, but he's also with us, and we have the cyber lead of Blue Solution. Over to you. So you got, George, you got 7 minutes sharp.
Hi. Hey, everyone. Name's George. Here's my colleague, Simon, Simeon, pronounced in Bulgarian. He has 19 plus years of experience with electronics and cybersecurity, as well as IoT. And myself, my career really started exploding 10 years ago when I joined the startup in the Valley. And then I exited the business when our partners made the biggest IPO on the New York Stock Exchange in 2020. Then I did some angel investing, I did some travels, and then I joined another business based in Zurich, where we were doing cyber insurance. So 2 or 3 years past there, I moved to Singapore. I was dealing a lot with crypto. We made the open data sets for streaming real-time transactions on the blockchain. Now, Blueberry is the next company on the success train that I like to call, where we do IoT solutions as well as cybersecurity. Specifically for the maritime industry, we've prepared this presentation. And one of our products that can be really useful here is our enterprise threat detection software, which does real-time data analysis on your traffic, network, and your entire inventory. Because the biggest problem with a lot of the companies is that they don't know what they have, right? So this helps you identify vulnerabilities before they materialize. And I want to say thank you, Ricardo, for your presentation. It's very similar to our product, although ours is a bit more mature, but I want to invite you on board if you want to join us. And yesterday, I saw a presentation that we cybersecurity companies and we startups don't know how to pitch on investors and clients. And I want to address that we listened, right? We listened. We saw your pain points. We provide a wide range of cybersecurity services that can solve your problems right now. And that's based on the industry standards and your requirements. Now, how many of you are familiar with NIS2? And how many of you know the security posture of your top 3 technology providers? No one? And how many of you know that NIS2 makes you personally, your management personally responsible for their vulnerabilities? Okay. Some of you know that. Okay, and security hardening. How many of you have heard that, of course, by a show of hands, because I don't have Slido here, how many of you know that your personnel uses personal devices, USB sticks on site? Right. So what we want to do is create processes that make that impossible, right? We want to standardize this in a way where it's very, very hard for the employee to ruin that process and therefore pose a security risk. Right, so how many of you have a documented cyber incident plan? And how many of you tested that within the last 12 months? And how many of you included on-site personnel during that test? Or was it just the IT department? No one? Okay, we have a lot of work. Great, great. And what makes us special, right? And I want to thank here our moderator for mentioning this already, but we work on an accelerated timeline, right? We can make you compliant very, very quickly because we have the software that shows you and shows us the gap analysis between where you are and where you want to be. Here, so how many of you are aware of the harvest now, decrypt later threat? Okay, very good. And how many of you know which encryption algorithms are used in your communication systems? So and so, right? Because that's very important. Because I can tell you that today, people are harvesting your data to decrypt later. And I'm pretty sure that most of your data will still be valuable within 5 years when Q-Day comes. So that's really important that you say that you can inventory your cryptography and you know where to tackle the problem first. And how many of you are confident that if you get attacked tomorrow, your business can continue operating without a major outage? Okay, 3 people. So if you reach out to me after the presentation, we can share our freebies and we can share with you how we can improve together. And that's us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, George. Thank you. So we're going to move to our next speaker, Manuel, please. He's going to join me. So we'll talk later on about Q-Day. Q-Day is coming soon, right? So Manuel is going to present to us one of the deliverables that ITGS has been leading for NEXUS project when it comes to maturity level, maturity model. Over to you, Manuel.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Bom dia. As Pascal said, I'm going to present you today the work we've been doing within Work Package 7 with a lot of partners collaborating. And Work Package 7 produced what we called NEXUS Protect, a cybersecurity and cyber resilience services platform. But let me first introduce you who we are. ITGS is an international company. We are headquarters in Portugal, but are present in Europe and Africa in 7 different countries. Okay, ITGS IS, that means infrastructure and security, which is the company within ITGS that I belong to, was the company involved in Work Package 7, leading this project, this work package, and we have presence and services in those areas that you see mentioned there. Well, more than I couldn't say much more about what you already know. Port community is a large interconnected system and entities, and the attack possibilities on this large community are very much large. There are risks that are inherent to this landscape, and the work we have been doing tries to address these risks and how to deal with them. And we created this concept of MSP that you could say could mean makes security better. But the really actual meaning of it is a minimum security baseline. It's a core concept. It's a collection of principles that translate into statements of purpose and requirements associated with a maturity model that allows the organizations that participate in the port community and logistics chain to assess their posture in terms of security and cybersecurity within those security domains that we defined: governance and ecosystem, protection, defense, resilience. And they provide guidance to the organizations to improve their capabilities and their maturity level along with time. We created 82 MSPs distributed in the four security domains that I mentioned, and they are published. They are available to all consortium members in a publication that allows you to select what MSPs are applicable to your organization and follow the principles and recommendations that they bring to you. If you are a software development company and you want to develop security code, you find guidance in this publication. We during the 3 years that the NEXUS has been going through, we could complete 3 full cycles of creating these MSPs and review them with our WP7 members. We also, based on this, made audits to 10 consortium technology producers, and we could deliver them individual confidential audit reports and publish consolidated audit reports that are anonymized for each audit cycle. But the work of Work Package 7 was not restrained to the MSPs, and we also have the collaboration that Ricardo mentioned with universities that produce beautiful software. But we have publications in those 5 areas that are aligned with if you see the NIST cybersecurity framework, and these are all these publications are stored in a repository that's available to consortium members, and in the future may be open to other entities. And you find that the MSPs, the framework for reporting, for responding, for recovering from security incidents. You also find their research papers from the universities and these prototype tools, some more advanced, others not so much advanced, but that were produced during the project. And to finish with, let me tell you that the work ITHS has been doing in NEXUS has resulted in our capability and a body of knowledge that allows us to deliver services in terms of consulting, in terms of construction of policies and procedures, and even in assisting on technology implementation in this area. And let me tell you that to, yesterday we had a good news of knowing that a government agency has awarded us with a contract to develop their IT disaster recovery plan. This wouldn't be possible if we haven't been building our own capabilities all along this time. So let me finish by thanking APS and thanking our partners in the Work Package 7 for the work we've been doing together. And
Thank
thank
you.
you for your attention.
Thank you, Manuel. I think that the MSD is very interesting. I think one of the recommendations out of that presentation is that you go beyond Port of Shins on this. It should be a mandatory requirement for all the ports, of the country when it comes to cybersecurity as a core to national security. So now I'm going to invite our panelists, Claudio, Michal, Gary, Claudio, and Ronan. Okay. Yeah, go Gary, come here, Michal, here, Claudio, maybe at the end, Claudio. Yeah, please. All right, so we have a very interesting panel here. So we are here for discussions between ourselves and with the audience, indeed. For the one who doesn't know Gary, Gary and I, for years, have been teaming up together for the International Association of Port and Harbors, IAPH, based in Japan, in Tokyo. Gary has been for 4 years right now, almost 4 years, chairing the Data Collaboration Committee, but I've been chairing for 4 years on my side. I stepped down recently. So it has been, we did lots of things on cybersecurity, but Gady is also representing the Israeli Cyber Directorate in terms of technology, partnership, and innovation in our sector in maritime and ports. So we have Claudio, everybody know Claudio, fantastic job done by Nexus so far. We discovered that since yesterday. We have Michal, she's from the DOC, it's a venture capital firm out of Israel. In the port and the maritime sector in particular, created by two admirals, vice admirals, right? A few years back in 2018. And we have Ronan, but people know Ronan here in Portugal. I've been working around the globe and also in Africa a lot, when it comes to cybersecurity. So we're going to discuss about lots of things that we don't know today, right? And maybe we're going to floor to, we have been, Gady, talking about Q-Day. Quantum computing. Yeah, you released for APH recently the cyber resilience guideline for emerging technologies. So out of it, you got two major technologies that you are focused on the guideline that you launched recently: quantum computing and AI. Can we start first by Q-Day and quantum? What is this?
Okay, so you had a question at the beginning. Okay, are you ready for the Q-Day? So this is one of the things that in our recent guidelines of IAPH, we did guidelines for cyber resilience for emerging technology, in which we handled 7 technologies. And yes, of course, quantum and AI were one of the top 2 that we described there. For each technology, we talk about what is the technology, what are the threats, what are also the risks and the mitigation that we need for those technologies. But also, you know me, I'm an optimistic person, so we also handle the bright side of the new technologies, how they can enhance our cyber resilience. But talking about quantum, and our colleague from Blueberry touched upon that, okay, the HNDL, because again, I'm pretty sure that nobody in the room, is implementing, and also in the world, quantum computing today. So a lot of people, mainly in the management of ports and organizations, say, okay, so I don't want implement it in my pod. Why do I need to worry about that? And one of the reasons is what our colleague from Blueberry said at the HMDL. Today, the cyber attackers, they are working and they know what the technology will bring, what the opportunities for them, for the attackers, and they are storing encrypted information, because when quantum computing will come, all the encryptions that are today used in all the systems will be obsolete. Okay, those encryptions are based in things that quantum computational complications that the quantum will solve, so it will be obsolete. I allow myself, okay, there's a lot of young people here, but if some of you remember the Y2K bug, the 2000-year bug that was, it's something like that. You have to prepare now and have all the information about which of your system will be impacted, and be ready for the post-quantum encryption that will come. So you need a plan for the implementations. That's about quantum.
And potentially all your invoices and all your contracts that are encrypted, get done.
Everything, and again, as our colleague said, you can say, okay, 5 years from now, also this information may be obsolete, but no, GDPR don't think that this information in 5 years, you will be accountable of the enclosure of this information. And if I may touch also upon AI that you said, it's also important. Yesterday we had, I think, a day full of AI mentioning in all of the sessions, so it's great. But AI also have its risk. You can manipulate all the information, all the data that is used for the training of the AI can be manipulated. And then imagine also we had yesterday from autonomous vehicles that will rely on this information that was tampered with, so they can make bad decisions based because of that, and also bring implications that might be even physical implications. So it's important, and this is something that I invite you to read the guidelines, but to take at least from today, the notion of cybersecurity by design. That's the important thing. When you implement AI, you need to do cybersecurity by design, because imagine, and let me get back again, something from the 80s, the GPS, when it was implemented in the 80s, imagine if then people would have do cybersecurity by design, maybe all the GPS jamming that we have today in all of the geopolitical regions that there is a lot of jamming, this problem, we wouldn't have this problem today. So cybersecurity by design is an important action to take.
Some time ago, we get the annual summit on cybersecurity from the World Economic Forum, and in the discussion from all the CISO globally member of that forum, we agree that by 2030 it should be there. So that's tomorrow. So that we need to get prepared to do our all encryptions, assets, inventory. But at the same time, potential of qubits and quantum is exponential, right? And in our world of ports, that was end of last year, we got our president of IAPH, the CEO of the Port of Hamburg and the CEO of Port of Los Angeles. They get together in Japan to meet with Fujitsu to understand what was Fujitsu plan in quantum computing. They really provide quantum as a service, based on quantum principle. We have the port community systems of the Netherlands port base. With the Port of Rotterdam, they have already implemented quantum computing for network security principle, just to test, how it could be. So this is happening. So
Hamburg,
it would be a very very important thing. So let's move on. Can we discuss about cyber security and cyber resilience, Ronan? We're gonna do a tour here. What is cyber security versus cyber resilience, right?
Can you hear me? Okay. So good morning, everyone. So that's a great question. I think that, look, I would like to touch, before we discuss this, I would like to touch something which is more important than why are we here? Because when you talk about cybersecurity, it's a huge area, but it has to be tailored specifically to the requirements of ports. Ports have a specific operational environment, a specific technologies that in most of the cases are considered to be either a niche in cybersecurity or handled through the IT and the traditional parts of cybersecurity. Now, when I think about cybersecurity and how it can be implemented in order to create the resilience that is required in ports, I think it should be handled in several aspects, specifically to ports. And you've all been with us yesterday evening in my opinion, my humble opinion, the amazing arena that the Port of Sinj and Claudio have built in here. And I think that this is something that answers to the resiliency part and to the readiness part of the Port of Sinj in cybersecurity. You know, Pedro mentioned that the importance of the human factor in cybersecurity. I don't know if you are familiar with the statistics, but over 95% of cyber incidents around the world are caused by the human factor. And that's even going to grow in the next few years because as machines become smarter, people become more to blame. Lazy, okay, more to blame. And now, how can you handle this? Now, the traditional ways that are the cybersecurity ways, well, let's train the people. Let's give them all the training and all the knowledge that they need, which is very important, and it still has to be handled. But when you talk about resiliency, you need to take one step further. And I think that's what Claudio and the Port of Sinj have done here. They understood something that I said yesterday during the tour. You know, when you ride a bike, you could do amazingly learning how to ride a bike by watching YouTube videos. But the minute you go on the bike, boom, you will fall. And in the Port of Sinj, they understood that they need to take the training and the capabilities one step further. It's not only to teach the people and to educate them, but to train them in a live environment, riding a bike after they have the theoretical knowledge. That's the whole meaning of one of the important meanings of the arena. So by doing that, you turn security into resiliency. You turn the knowledge and the capabilities and the security of your systems into something that will maintain the resiliency and continuity of the organization. That's number one. In terms of technologies, again, there are many discussions about cybersecurity technologies. I think that when you talk about ports, you should really talk about OT-related cybersecurity. There are not too many companies. I think that most of the companies today in cybersecurity deal with IT. But as the operational environment of the port is OT-related, the solution should be OT-related as well. I really believe that ports should look for OT-related solutions in order to improve their capabilities.
All right, great. So we move on with Claudio on cyber resilience. We just discussed about cyber arena for the one who were there on the tour yesterday. As you know, Claudio, in our ports around the world, we have one port which is super advanced in terms of cyber resilience. This is Port of Los Angeles. They implemented 2 years ago the Cyber Resilience Center. So they have a global view of all their major stakeholders. You know, from a cyber perspective, they have autonomous threats management as a community. With that platform, where you have customs, where you have national security, you have CIA, you have ABI, you have terminal operator, you have shipping lines, all together on one platform. Are you thinking of leverage the cyber arena exercise, you know, that for the port community to also in an operational systems when you can manage, you know, threats together?
Good morning. Before I answer your question, I would like to ask Ricardo, do not go to Blueberry, please. I will try to have you on board.
Okay, that's our problem, right? I think we are missing about 2 million people globally in cybersecurity, right? So,
we have a lot of challenges for you.
stay here.
But I think that we are talking about collaboration.
Yeah.
And collaboration is the key factor for us. That is the reason why we are doing Nexus Agenda, also in cybersecurity. We see today good examples of this. We working together with universities, with technological companies, and with us, sports and port communities. This is a point of view of collaboration. It's a collaboration in innovation, doing innovation related with cybersecurity. We need also to improve our collaboration internally, and this is the reason why we have our Port Cyber Arena to bring together all the technical departments, the functional departments, and train them to work as a team, to be prepared, to recover, to respond to cyber incidents. This is another kind of collaboration. And of course, as you mentioned, we need a more widely collaboration among all port community. And yes, to answer your question, yes, I believe that the next step that you should do is to create a common capability, not only in the Port of Sines community, align strategies, our strategy as port authority, as a regulator, as facilitator also, but also our strategy with the cybersecurity strategy, if it exists, together with our tenants and other stakeholders in our port community. And yeah, yeah, and because of our environment, our conditions and restrictions that we have in Portugal, I believe that you should work together. All the Portuguese ports, we have good examples like Ju, that it's a collaborative platform that we build together, and in cybersecurity you should do the same. And the example that you get from LA Port, it's a huge example. We are following these best practices, like Singapore also. Yeah. We are working with them. We participate in ISAC, kind of ISAC with all major port authorities, and what we are doing in the building a human capacity, because, like Pedro says, the human factor is the most important. We can invest a lot in technological controls, like we did with endpoint protection, with systems like the dark trace and that kind of expensive technical controls, MFA. But human factor, it's the weakness part, and we should improve their capabilities, individual and collective capabilities.
When you initiated that, a couple of years ago, with cooperation with NPA Singapore, what did you learn from our colleagues?
I learned two things. That you need to invest in governance. Governance is very important to set up the right rules, responsibilities, policies, procedures. This is one thing that you should. It's basis, and the engagement of let's again the collaboration, the engagement that they have with all the community. It was an inspiration also, and also what we are doing to prepare and to train their community to be prepared to respond and to recover, to be resilient.
In Singapore, the former chief innovation officer of NPA Singapore has been appointed recently as chief information officer of the government of Singapore. So that means all the port, maritime, cybersecurity is going to be top on the agenda. we're gonna move to Michal. You represent the DOC, right? So the DOC is a venture capital fund out of Israel in, in the port and maritime sector. And I was very interested in our discussion yesterday about, how you look at cybersecurity when you invest in startups in general, not cybersecurity per se. But can you talk first, two questions. Can you present DOC? Because, this is the first time here that we have a venture capital fund at Nexus, for the last 3 years. So that's very interesting that, you present what was the project of the DOC, what is venture capital for you, and we can go on later on, how you look at startup from a cybersecurity point of view.
Thank you. Working? Okay. So first question, how many innovators, entrepreneurs, startups, or people that thinks to open their own startups are here? Raise hand. Nice. Nice. Okay. So venture capital. Okay. Venture capital firm in general is a very important piece in this puzzle because we inject capital for startups. They need money in order to grow, to scale up, to build robust products. And for this, they need somebody to give them money. And it won't be a bank because at the very early stage, very risky situation, nobody is going to give them money. It will be either a VC like us, a venture capital firm. They will bring their own savings from home, friends and family money, maybe few paying trials with potential customers, but this is not enough to grow a venture that you would like it to be scale up, mature also with the cyber based inside the architecture. So this is why ventures are part of this game, venture capital. So this is specifically about ventures. The DOC, we are venture capital. What is special about us that we are focusing on the maritime, ports, and logistics sectors. It means that we are looking for bold entrepreneurs that introducing new solutions for these sectors, from the vessel operation, autonomous vessels, underwater construction, port operation optimization, multimodal part, the heavy part of logistics, overarching with homeland security, cyber, and sustainability. So we need, as a venture, because this is a very high risk situation, to identify which startups will grow, how to clear the noise. What is a buzzword? Like, what is just a buzz? AI mentioned, and energy, sustainability. What will bring real value to the market? What will make a real transition in the industry? So this is our role. We don't have any crystal ball, okay? It's like we need to bet. But we hope to do it very smartly. So what we are doing is being a vertical fund. It means that we are specifically looking into the sector that I mentioned. It means that we build connection with industry leaders like you, like Port of Singapore, like Halanext, shipping company like NYK, Maersk, and others, few of them also investors in our fund. So they help us to validate the solution. Before we'll go, and this is also combine here the cyber and the non-cyber innovation. So we'll be approached by a startup, okay? We say, okay, we have our initial filtering process. The next step, the immediate step will be to go back to the market, check with the relevant partners in our ecosystem if this is a real pain, if this is a challenge that you're facing. It means also, are you going to pay for this, okay? So if the signs are yes, we'll go back and we'll start deep dive into the technology. We're investing in deep tech technology. We would like to see a clear, defendable IP, something that is very hard to replicate. We are mainly into software, though we invested also in startup with hardware as well.
But what's interesting, Michael, is you are not only focused on Israel, right? You have cooperation around the world. PSA is here.
Yes,
PSA is one of your
investors.
invested in your fund as
yes.
well.
Also, Alanext from Hamburg,
And
Port of Hamburg.
you have cooperation also with PSA Ventures in Singapore. You are going to manifest in the US.
Yes,
You are here
okay.
today to work with Portugal,
Yes,
right?
exactly. And
Great.
with Europe as well, we actually invested in startups in Greece and in Germany. So we are open for any bold entrepreneur and intelligence innovation. So I invite you later on to meet me afterwards. But this is it. For a venture capital, what is most important is the deal flow. Okay, deal flow. Are you aware of this term, deal flow? Okay, so this is our day-to-day work, okay? We wake up in the morning and we would like to meet as many as possible startups. You know why? The market statistics for ventures is for one investment that you invest in, you need to see between 70 to 80 startups. Sometimes we call it like you need to kiss many frogs to find the right prince, okay? So this is what we are doing, and part of this process, like we start, like it's a funnel. We start with, today in our CRM, we have over 1,500 startups, okay? And we have this funnel of how we refine our analysis, and again, it always being done with the market. It's not just technology, it's the market need, the market request, the market challenge.
So today we have D2XCEL startups here, right?
Yes.
We have some of our
Yes.
friends and good, participate to that program. Hugo, ProDevelop, Cargo 5, Blueberry, and others. So in your process, where is cybersecurity getting into? To go back
Yes.
to our panel
Okay.
session on cybersecurity.
Yes, Gadi, Ronan, and I was speaking before, and Gadi said, yesterday there were so many people here in the crowd sitting. It was about sustainability and energy and everything. And when we're talking about cyber, nobody is here. Okay, so it goes like this. Yes, it goes because they need to. Okay, why they need to? It doesn't increase their top line, and it's not any efficiency in their operation. So why spending money on that? Okay, so I must say, guys, you need to find solution for cyber, because right after you implement digital solution, afterwards will come the need to protect it. And I believe that the technology becoming more and more enhanced, it will be more and more open to attacks. So I believe that regulation and urgency will make entrepreneurs invest and bring ideas into these sectors, because again, they need money, okay? And we will put money in them only if we believe that they can grow, okay? So this is like a chicken and egg, an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem that need to be supported by all the partners. So this is about cyber. I see now, like mainly in Israeli startups, that the mindset of defense, cyber, how to protect your data is relevant not just for pure cybersecurity startup, but also for any other startup. And I encourage you, when you implement software, to also see how they mitigate, okay, cybersecurity and protect their data, GDPR, CCPA, and other regulation.
It's clear that we're seeing around the globe, the importance of national security when it comes to data sovereignty, more and more. There is lots of work on that. Gadi, from your other hat, the Cyber Directorate of Israel, in terms of cooperation for innovation and technology partnership, what are you looking for? What are you interested? We are here with our colleagues from Southern Cinch and Portugal, but beyond this, we have people from around the world. What are you driving towards cooperation?
So also in our work in IAPH, and we take it to all the hats that I put in. Yeah, we have. And we think that the international cooperation, it's important, because mainly in the maritime supply chain, it's not enough that one side of the globe or one northern side of the globe will be secure. We need all the supply chain, also the destination port to be secure for our cargo from our customers, okay, our exporters to reach the importers in the other side. So the cooperation for having a cyber resilient maritime supply chain, global maritime supply chain is important. For that reason, also in INCD, in the Israeli National Cybersecurity Directorate, we are looking for cooperations, and I'm sorry that Pedro is not here, but we will talk later on that. And it's important for us to have cooperation, and mainly we've tried to look in 3 pillars in that, and we have already cooperations with a number of countries. One of them is Cyprus, with which we are setting up a maritime cybersecurity excellence center. And the 3 pillars that we are looking for, it's threat intelligence cooperation, okay? Let's share our knowledge about the threats that we have. The second one is it's capacity building, okay? We talk about that, the need, and Pedro talk about that. Let's work together how to help each other do this capacity building and bring in the knowledge and the cooperation that is needed sometimes for incident response, okay? And the third one, it's also innovation, okay? Let's bring the innovators, bring everybody and cooperate and exchange information about new cybersecurity solutions. So this is very important, and please, I'll be happy to talk with anybody that would like to keep this conversation about international cooperation on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. I think that, there is a phone, ringing for a few minutes. Thank you. All right, all good. So raise a bag, but no. Okay, all right, guys. Okay, that's. So, okay. So, all right. Yeah. So, okay, Ronan. Okay. So, Ronan, to be very pragmatic as well, from a cybersecurity perspective. We talk about MSB, we talk about requirements. I am a big believer about, Gadi knows this, about the digital divide in our world. We are super advanced countries, and we have the rest of the world, which is not ready. What are the mandatory technology requirements in terms of infrastructure that we need for cybersecurity and cyber resilience? What are the technology components that you would recommend to the port of Porto, for example? We're not talking about since for Portugal, and we have our colleagues. We have the president of Rio Portos, Port of Rio. What do you recommend as mandatory technology infrastructure for cybersecurity and cyber resilience? Can you help us?
So that's a great question. So first of all, I think the first recommendation would be something that follows Gadi's comment earlier. Gadi spoke about cooperations between different ports and between different organizations in the whole world, either in knowledge sharing, data sharing, commercial aspects, technological aspects, and so on. Just for you to know, in terms of statistics, around 50 to 60% of cyber attacks in critical infrastructure, such as the port of Siege, for example, come from third-party corporations. They come from the vendor, Siemens, for example, that holds turbines in a power plant. He needs to maintain the system. He needs to connect in order to do either logistics or ongoing operations. From this connectivity, many of the attacks come in. What it means that you as a port can be very, very secure, very secure. Many ports are doing a tremendous job, but if their partners are not secure, the attack will come from there. Additionally, something you should, I think, which is also very important, is the fact that, look, we invest a lot in IT cybersecurity, which is the easiest. Everyone knows firewalls, antiviruses, IPS, IDS, honeypots that were presented earlier. Everyone knows those buzzwords, but hackers know that as well. and they know that you're probably quite protected in this area. Organizations, critical infrastructure are doing a good job in this area. So going through this angle would not be a smart move by the hackers. So in many cases, they go to the OT, to the SCADA systems that are, first of all, easier to enter because they are less protected. And secondly, the minute you go into the OT system, you go straight into the heart, into the core of the organization. The port of port or the port of Singe, any other port, the heart is not the IT HR system. The core is the cranes that are operated by the SCADA and the OT systems. So the minute they go straight to this area, they have direct access to the ongoing operations of the port. That's the second thing. Thirdly, I will repeat myself, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself because I think it's very important. Pedro spoke about it, Claudio spoke about it, the human factor. The human factor is very, very important, and I'll tell you a story of that's something that happened to me in one of my clients. I will not mention the name. You know, when you talk about cyber response, you need to make sure it's not Claudio's job or the CISO's job or the CEO's job. It's a whole organizational response, mutual response. Everyone needs to react, either the CEO and the executive management, either the CISO, the CIO, and the general employees that need to recognize the attack before it's happening. So it's a mutual effort. Now, if they don't work together, it will not work out. Not before it's happening and not while the attack is happening. And I'll tell you a story. I was in an energy company somewhere around the world. We had a training there in an arena similar to the one that you saw yesterday. And the head of the OT came into the training. He was very reputable, very nice, wearing a jacket, a suit, very important figure in the company. And then he came to a person standing next to him and he said, "Are you working in the cyber company? Are you going to train us?" And he looked at him and said, "No, I'm the head of the IT in your company." They were not aware of these relations. They were not talking to each other. They think that they interfere to each other. So this communication, this training, not as a silo, not as a figure, but as an organization, this is extremely, extremely important.
So in that context, Claudio, what are the lessons learned from cyber arena? You know, after 12 months of operation, you know, we inaugurated, inauguration was a year ago,
Yeah.
right? So what are the lessons learned from a, you know, capacity building? I think one of the strong thing is OT, you know, which is really unique in that center. You know, how do you react to this initiative?
Yeah. Before that, I would like to add something that Conan mentioned, which is the supply chain. Okay, supply chain is very important for us as a critical infrastructure. So it's in the top of our concerns. How can we manage, in terms of cybersecurity and risk management, our supply chain? Because first of all, we need to know what is our real critical assets, and then we should realize what is our supply chain related with these critical assets, and then we should set up some requirements for them to work with us. So this is one thing that we should do again together with our community. About the port cyber arena, actually we will start the exploration phase next year. So during this year, we have been building our own capacity to operate the center. So we finished the building and the setup of the center last year, in the beginning of this year. From now, we are preparing ourselves to operate, to train the trainers, and so on. We did some trainings, yes. For instance, Port of Leixões came here with all the IT team to train their team. It was very good. But the feedback that we have from some trainings, some workshops that we did, it's very good, because it's like Ronan says, it's an immersive experience that they have. They are working with real scenarios. They are working with real technology that you have in our real operations, and that makes the difference. This is the feedback that you have, and the work, the teamwork that you promote in the training, in the simulations days. It's very important for them. It's in that day that they feel that they must work together in team. They should assign different roles in during the training and perform as a team to recover, to detect, to respond, and to recover from an incident. So this is the feedback that we have.
All right. How from the investment that you have been doing last years and now on your funnel, I mean, what do you see as trends, you know, in our port and maritime sector that you are looking at or you are discovering as new trend? I mean, do you have any key startups coming on? Security, you know, not only cyber, but security things. We all know that in our world that we discussed yesterday, I mean, organized crime is a major issue when it comes to narco trafficking that the EU is trying to address, not only, but the US, as we know, as well. So I think it's a very important issue. So, yeah.
First of all, when we see challenges and problems, we are very happy because we see opportunities also. Okay, blue ocean of opportunities, we can say. And usually the innovation that we will invest in is things that not actually solve the immediate problem, but can look few years ahead, okay? How this situation is going to be changed dramatically. So I will say first that most of the startups are collecting data and information. It's very important to collect information and understand it really good. We have startups like Hoop, mentioned yesterday. They're operating, they're doing a better operation of how to track unpowered assets like containers and others. But with their smart IoT, they also implemented sensors that will alert whenever a suspected movement on unauthorized activity done to the container. So this is security, global trade security in a way. Another startup is Convoy High. They has to do with turnaround of trucks in the port or in logistic areas, how to reduce the time, understand what is the situation. They're using existing cameras already installed in the port. Their infrastructure from the day one was built in a way that they will be aligned with the GDPR, CCPA, privacy, and other standards and requirements for controlling the data and not sharing it on cloud and unauthorized information. And this is what we expect to see from all the startups. Trends will be, I believe, quantum computing, okay, in the future, but we need to see. We're always investing, we tend to invest in a software layer. So I'm looking for a software layer that will be related to quantum computing. Defense is back in the game. I believe that OT, as you mentioned, this is something which is very unique for the maritime sector and logistics. So I would like to see startups with innovative ideas that can solve this problem, because I think that for the traditional IT, you have great solutions like Checkpoint, Palo Alto, and others. Also, I think that monitoring of underwater constructions, okay, we have in our shortlist startups. I know that Port of Cinch closed a deal with Microsoft. It was Cinch that closed the deal with Microsoft for Cinch, not Port of Cinch, but you will benefit from this. That's for sure. You know, getting all the products, goods coming over. So, and your underwater construction, how you can maintain and sniff that nobody is attacking your cables, okay, and the underwater constructions. So I believe there are lots of this is blue ocean of opportunity, guys. I believe that the ocean now and the maritime sector and logistic, this is the hype.
No, it's true that from a submarine cable, we have been working at defense for years on this matter. It's really a critical story from a geopolitical, not only,
Yes.
but you have some specific areas. So, because submarine cables mean nowadays data centers.
Yes.
The data centers of today and tomorrow are going to require mega terawatts power, huge and huge, that we don't have today, especially in the US. But, that's mean lots of power that need to be required. If data centers are here, in Cinch, really, in Portugal. But what is super hot for you as a trend that you want to get into? You want to invest, right?
Electrification, how to manage the grid, this multi-source grid of power. I believe that security will be part of it now. It wasn't in our go-to market, but now it will be more.
Yeah,
But
so
we're working
security into the energy sector, right?
energy, maritime, logistics,
In maritime logistics.
and ports.
Yeah. So maybe to conclude our session today, we all know that ports cannot be standalone. We are here as facilitators and regulators only because trade is existing, right? So that means we have importers, we have exporters of goods primarily, whatever the goods are. It can be container shipping goods, it could be bulk, it could be anything else that we have at port. But we were not existing if we don't have importers and exporters. So we discussed about supply chain, what about, like, for example, Merck's launched recently a new initiative based on over practices in the past, digital trade corridors. How can we apply cybersecurity to, and cyber resilience to digital trade corridor? Because I'm here, I have, business relationship between here and Santos or Rio. Can we have an approach of cybersecurity from a trade corridor? Gary?
We are talking corridors today also, it's in hype, and it's okay, because we are talking about green corridors, we are talking about digital corridors, but yes, those kinds of corridors need also the cybersecurity aspect. And one of the corridors, and I can say that we are looking at, it's the corridor from, I don't remember the abbreviation at the moment, but the corridor from India through the UAE through IMEC, thank you. Okay, this corridor, one of the first things that they are doing that, it's looking at about cybersecurity aspects of the digital corridor, digital solution of this corridor. So this is an example of things, so it's important, and it also reminds me, because we talk about energy, and you said that the IP's energy. This is one important thing that also we touched upon in our cybersecurity guidelines. It's that non-IT systems like ammonia, power grids, and electrification, people don't think that they need to look at cybersecurity aspects, but they do. Okay,
by design.
Also there by design in this energy grids, because without power, and you unfortunately. Also, Pedro talked about your blackout. Okay, without energy, the pod can't operate. So it's important also to invest there in cybersecurity. So not only IT, you have to assess cybersecurity in all of those systems.
Something that also, Michal, you look at, non-IT and, from a trade corridor perspective, it's something that, that's on your agenda.
Quite funny, but I mentioned that we invest mostly in software, but we invested in a company that electrified diesel trains. Okay, they took the locomotive with the retrofit solution that they have, and they charge it in the port with the green energy, and then the train with no need, diesel train, okay, standard, with no need to change the infrastructure of the rail, it becomes electrified. So we are supporting the green corridor, okay? So when we talk about multimodal, this is the part of the multimodal. And we have another company, Panion, from Germany. They provide an optimization of charging the e-fleets, okay? So it will be when, where, how much to charge electrified trucks, okay? This is a problem. Now you can implement it into the actual work that these trucks need to do, deliver stuff or goods like this. So we believe that with this, we support the green corridor initiatives and the sustainability part of the supply chain.
Yeah, great. So physical and, you know,
Also,
and
yes,
digital,
also
yeah, you
physical
know, and
and-
energy, right?
Yes, and energy.
So Ronan, in your different projects around the world, I mean, have you been, especially in Africa, I know that you're doing lots of stuff in Africa, you know, have you been working on those kind of things where you have trade corridors between two ports or, you know, collaborating? I mean, mining is very important in Africa, among other things.
Yeah, absolutely. Work? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's very important when it comes to cybersecurity, even before we talk about strategic aspects. When it comes to cybersecurity, I always have a claim that, you know, hackers share information from all over the world, China, Russia, Latin America, and so on. So why don't we, as the good guys, as the defenders, why don't we share information? So our concept is, first of all, to share information as much as possible around the world, because an attack that is happening in DP World in Australia will most likely happen in Lisbon port in 3 months after or a year after from the same sources. So sharing information and globalizing the cyber defense is very important. In terms of commercial aspect, what you asked earlier, so yes, many of our clients, I cannot mention the names of some of them, but we have one client in the port industry, by the way. It's a global. He started deploying the solutions in one port and expanded to other ports, as well as eventually to its third-party partners. So that's how it usually works. The global in cybersecurity, globalization is very important, or sharing knowledge is very important.
Okay, we need to talk, right? We need to talk with him, right? So, Claudio, just to finish before I conclude, I mean, where do you see digital? We discussed that last year and the year before already when you started Nexus. Where do you see potential digital corridors on your side? You know, I mean, you have partners everywhere, so.
First of all, we need to do this with Portuguese ports, with the island ports that we have in Portugal, and of course with our partners. We have lines, containerized lines coming from the Far East, going to North Europe, also for America. So I believe that these are the partners that it should establish.
Yeah, so focusing on trade lanes, you would
Trade
have the
lanes,
existing
trade lanes,
and
of course.
potential new trade lanes,
Yeah.
especially for energy, or, you know,
Right.
like ammonia, hydrogen, we discussed yesterday.
Yes, yeah, of course. And then, as Gary said, I think that we need a kind of common framework for this, in terms of cybersecurity, for these digital corridors. You know, to have a minimum level MSP, NSPs for digital corridors. Yeah, to have a minimal level of trust between the partners of these digital corridors.
All right, thank you, Claudio. Well, it's time to conclude for this first panel session today. I think we would agree all together that we learn a lot. We share knowledge in a very complex environment. One thing that we just discussed, and it was discussed yesterday, Gadi and I, 2 years ago, with the World Economic Forum, created the 5 principles of public-private data collaboration. And where we're seeing, and that was at Davos 2.5 years ago, where we said, please stop to talk about data sharing. The time you talk about data sharing, you're dead, because nobody wants to share data. So data sharing has been a buzz. I mean, we have been sharing data for decades with EDI and other mechanisms. And we introduced with the World Economic Forum data collaboration in the new principle in data management. So that's mean when we engage stakeholders, the first thing before you talk about anything, you talk about governance. What is your framework of collaboration, especially when it comes to data? And we discuss about that from a cybersecurity perspective. It's what you learn also from working with Singapore and others. You know, before you do anything, talk about governance. When you have clear your governance, that you're going to be collaborating, we all know, so we're safe. But you do that not on a short-term basis. You know, it's not a pilot. You know, you need to think sustainability. So when you engage a collaboration with another stakeholder, you need to think about long-term to be sustainable in initiatives. So that's, you know, one thing that we learned that Q-Day is coming. We need to get ready. We need to get organized to be ready when it's going to be happening, and it's going to be happening big in the next month and years. Yeah, 2030 something, you know, you look at your agenda, right? So we need to put it. We see that cooperation is not only at the local level. We see that cooperation is needed at the national level in our industry. We see that cooperation is needed on the global scale, either on trade routes, right? D2XCEL and NEXUS project has two different objectives. NEXUS is focused on port community options primarily. D2XCEL is about startups, but startups need to understand what is venture capital. They need to understand what is the objective of venture capital. And yesterday, I think Estelle is not here, but when you invest, you are the venture firm. And on the other end, Hugo and others, founders, right? You know, potentially you are not on the same page. Yes, you want the money and you want to invest in a very hot security or port and maritime stuff. But it's great also to have independent advisors. You know, that's going to be the go-between the two parties to bring thought leadership, you know, to the company. And it's important. It's not only the founders, it's not only the VCs. So, but we need to still to learn. We discussed that last night. We need to learn still about what is venture capital. Venture capital has been here since the end of the 80s. You know, I've been engaged with startup and VCs in the mid 90s. You know, all around the world, and so it's there. We need investments. And you know, today we all know that security, defense it's where it's happening, you know, in terms of investment. So we were very pleased to have the doc. And finally, everything is about cooperation. So Gary is open for cooperation. Vernon is open for cooperation. Michal, you are very open to cooperation from the financial perspective. And Gary, you want to build cooperation nationwide and international-wide on digitalization is great. So we have, next time we meet, we'll see what we did over the last 12 months, right? And what we achieved. So this is a positive sign in the world, which is, I don't know what's happening today on cyber attacks. You know. Thank you so much to be with us and to fly, you know, to Portugal and to us. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
And now we will take a 20 minutes coffee break,
Thank
please.
you, Claudia.
On your left, we go to the tent
Thank you,
like we
Michal.
went yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you.
and to the second panel of this morning, where we will be presenting innovation success stories, and it will be moderated by Felix Schroeder. Felix is Senior Project Director at BRIC, an innovation hub and startup factory at the heart of the Ruhr area. With the mission of building a livable future together, Felix contributes his expertise in creating space and networking for aspiring founders, growing startups, progressive scientists, accelerating investors, corporate innovators, hubs, accelerators, startup programs, and networks. Felix, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. One more time, good morning. You probably noticed already, I'm not Willem Bulchus, who was supposed to host the session. Willem had to leave early, unfortunately, so you're stuck with me. But this gives also me the opportunity to host a session on innovation success stories, and who does not want to hear about success stories. A little bit about myself and BRIC. I'm Felix Schröder, also cluster manager of water at BRIC. BRIC is a startup accelerator from Essen, Germany. We have the verticals of energy, water, of course, and personal health tech. We are part of the D2XCEL consortium. And maybe you could call ourselves even a startup, because we were just founded in 2022. So we are also kind of new, if you want to say so. You maybe talked already to my lovely colleague, Salvatore Cavallaro, who's sitting over there. Maybe raise your hand. So he's always a lot of fun to talk to. So if you have the opportunity, just chat with him. What is new a little bit about us, we were recently selected as one of the 10 German so-called startup factories by German government. This is why we initiated our BRIC Startup Alliance initiative. So with this, we will extend our reach from acceleration of startups to also incubation. We are very strongly working together with our 3 big universities from our area, University of Dortmund, University of Duisburg-Essen, and the University of Bochum. And BRIC is also part of the core partner of the EIT Water Consortia under the leadership of Aarhus University from Denmark. So this is a little bit about BRIC. Now I have the pleasure to host the session. And how does it work? We will hear about 5 success stories. We will ask the people on stage to present what lessons learned they had, what is something that we also can take with us, what other startups can take with them to make them more successful. We want to hear about that, because we heard a lot about the challenges for ports. We heard a lot about dangers. We heard about cybersecurity, right? So now we want to hear more about, like, how can we solve something? What can encourage us? What can be a way of solving problems that we face? Yesterday there was also the recommendation for startups talking about business models. Understand the business model of your client to be successful as a startup. Understand the total cost of ownership that your solution brings to your clients. Very important things. We want to better understand how a startup can be successful, how a collaboration with a startup can be successful, and that we will follow up in our session. We want to learn what is the magic sauce that makes a collaboration successful. And the first person I would like to talk about their success is David Sparrefors of Elam Road. Please join me on stage. We are excited to hear about your story. Stage is yours.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is David Sparrefors. I'm here from Elam Road. Just a quick raise of hands of who heard my presentation yesterday here. All right. So most of you, so I won't go into too much details about what we're doing. We will focus today on exactly what Felix just mentioned, is that as a startup, to get going, it's very essential that you have the quick wins to really get some momentum going with your customers, but it's also about finding the partnerships to make it happen. And partnerships can be something that can really accelerate your growth and your traction in the market. Just a quick recap. What we're doing is that we built automated charging for heavy-duty vehicles, right? And this is about how we can shift from diesel or fossil fuels to electric. And it's been a lot of talk today. I think Pascal mentioned it now this morning. Both the Port of Singapore, Port of Antwerp mentioned it. Michael mentioned it as well, that the electrification is one of the key challenges that we are to solve. And what we'll talk about today here is how we are making this possible, not only with our customers, but with partners. So this is the story about a global giant called Kalmar. How many of you know Kalmar? Okay, so not as many, but we'll get into that. And us as a startup. And there's a lot of differences between a global giant, Kalmar, and a startup. We want to run as fast as possible, and a big company like Kalmar wants the security. They want to take it slow because they have the time. We don't have time, like we said yesterday as well. So, quickly about Kalmar. Kalmar is the leader in port equipment. They're making port equipment such as forklifts, RTGs, straddle carriers. They're making reach stackers, terminal tractors, all the kinds. They are focusing a lot now on making electric vehicles because this is what the customer needs. But they also saw the challenges that these customers are facing, so the port terminals of the world, that when you're selling an electric vehicle, they are standing still to charge, right? And they're not really working with the operations of the port. So they did a full-on customer analysis. How can we solve this together? And the main need is the customers need zero-emission fleets because it's by regulation. And they realized that we can't go with just cable solutions today, and we need to find somewhere how can we find new solutions, smarter solutions for charging, and that is where our collaboration started. Quick recap: this is what we're at Elon Road is doing. We have a conductive charging solution. It's fully automatic without any cables. It's a rail in the ground. And underneath the vehicle, there's an energy collector that falls down automatically. And as it connects to the rail, you start charging. 150 kilowatt when you're standing still, 350 when you're moving. We'll go into a little bit more detail about how this works in a port scenario later on. The partnership with Kalmar started actually already in 2017. They were very early about realizing that charging would be an issue for electric vehicles. They were out scouting for solution 2017, and in 2021 we signed the agreement to do a desktop study to see how can we work together to make the customers' operations better. We decided then also to build a 200-meter rail in the ground for dynamic charging. And we've now been retrofitting a reach stacker and a terminal tractor with them. And we're also adopting more vehicles as we're speaking and looking into the stationary charging as we speak. This has now been tested and verified over the last year once it's been up and running. And now we are actually hosting customers together in Ljungby in Sweden. So if anybody wants to come to Sweden and see this with your own eyes, you're more than welcome. And I thought we showed this yesterday as well, but I think it's a great video to also show how it works. So this is obviously a Kalmar reach stacker, which we saw at the port of PSA yesterday. The rail in the ground provides the power. These arms, the energy collector falls down as it touches. Now it transfers 350 kilowatts. So let's go into why this matters. as a startup, it's quite hard to get into to the room with a customer without having any proof that it won't slow down your operation. There's a lot of risk for a company like a port to adopt new innovation without any proof that it actually works. So for us to be approached by Kalmar to say that we want to use your solution and test it and verify so we together can go to the market is an amazing opportunity. Because ports don't want to be guinea pigs for this. There's too much risk to disrupt their operations. And this has also provided a lot of real valuable real world data, because Kalmar obviously has huge data sets about operations in ports, so that we can learn from on how to better adopt our systems. But there's also obviously been a lot of lessons learned. We started out with buses, with trucks, with delivery vans, etc. Port vehicles are very different. They're much heavier. They have huge wheels and tires, and they're much heavier often, which means that we needed to adapt our rail in the ground to that sort of machinery. And this is something that we have been able to work together with to really design the best type. So we can become better, but also Kalmar can give a better service to their customers. And yeah, as I said, we're now moving to the market together with this. When it comes to our long-term vision on how this could work together, this is a future skiss, a design of how a port terminal, container port terminal can look like. So in some places, it will be very strategic to have a dynamic solution, charging while you're moving. For example, just behind the ship-to-shore cranes, where a lot of the terminal trailer, the tug masters will move on a routine basis in a circle, more or less. Maybe also at other sites, like in between the container stacks. But in other places, you'll have a better opportunity for the stationary charging. And we've really learned on how a container port works, and other ports for that matter, through this partnership. And what's really important here, we talked a lot about one of the biggest challenges is the grid of the port. You can't electrify because you don't have the capacity from the grid. So if you see in the right-hand corner down there, a conventional charger, you'll deplete the battery to the bottom more or less, and then you need to charge it as fast as possible with a lot of power, which is a big strain on the grid, and you'll stand still for maybe even hours. Our idea with Kalmar is that you should be able to charge multiple times throughout the day, so you never have to deplete the battery, which saves the battery length, but you can also shrink the battery from a huge battery to a very small one. This saves on TCO and through this vision. So first of all, what we've been able to do is we'll have now a joint delivery where we can come to a customer as one team and with one product, a turnkey solution for container ports and ro-ro ports, etc. And it's also designed by the workflow, the duty cycles of a port, and not designed by the charger. Another benefit of this, what we've learned, is that it really de-risks the initial barriers for a port side. And from a startup's perspective, that is golden. You want to have there will always be risk, but you want to mitigate them as much as possible for the customer so they can take an easy decision to get going with you. On top of that is to be able to utilize all the data that is already available about port operations. You can really learn from the beginning, and you can also be data-driven from the beginning. So I just mentioned the size of the battery, but what we've seen so far is that through this, we will be able to have the productivity of a port at 100% or even more compared to a diesel fleet. But with the shrinking of the battery and with the no downtime of the vehicles, we're actually able to lower the total cost of ownership for these vehicles by about 40% from a cable charger and up to 10% from a diesel fleet. And for Kalmar, obviously, this sounds like, hang on, they're losing money on this, but the components that we're lowering is on the customer side mostly, and on the battery side, which is not their systems anyway. So it's a win-win situation for us in Kalmar, but it's also a win situation for the customer, which is the most important. On top of that, obviously, we're also saving space, and in the what we said about the grid upgrades, the infrastructure for that. So the last thing I want to leave you with is, as a startup, partnerships is super important. We were here to talk about customer successes, but I think this is as important because now really, well, Kalmar becomes a customer of ours as well, but together we can make our mutual customers even better, and we can go to them with one solution instead of seeing the vehicle as one standalone and the charging as one standalone. Instead, we go to the market together and provide a one solution to the customer. So we need to start thinking about charging infrastructure the right way for the right operations. My name is David Sparfors. I'm here from Elon Road. Thank you so much.
David, thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Just one question at the very end. Well, from your perspective, so then what is the magic sauce that makes collaboration successful? What's, if you have to put it into one sentence?
I think there's not one magic sauce, first of all. I think but I think transparency and openness, for sure, to be able to really communicate openly and with transparency with your partners, and through that really get down into the main challenge for, in this case, mutual customers, so you can provide the best solution together. And you can't do that without having an open conversation and daring to really dig down into the deep problems and open all those kind of Pandora's boxes. And you don't know what's going to come out, but it's that kind of to be brave in that, I think, is the magic sauce.
Thanks for your take. Thanks so much. Another round of applause for Elon Road and David. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Boson Energy, Heike Zetterstrom, Chief Commercial Officer. He is remote with us. Hello, Heike, can you see us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay. We can hear you very well. All right, then it's your turn. We are looking forward for your success story.
Okay, great. I will repeat a little bit from yesterday, but not very much. Just I learned in the army that repetition is the mother of learning. So we'll see how I will get this started. Do you see that okay?
Looks good, yes.
You see the presentation? Okay, great.
Yes, looks good.
So we started Boson Energy to fundamentally change the future of waste and unlock its potential for energy security and prosperity. And ports have been going from a situation of delivering or focusing on logistics and throughput and being energy passive, being consumers of energy. What we're seeing now is a need to shift to becoming an industry enabler, focus on value and integration, and becoming energy active in a completely different way to meet new requirements. And I will talk today about a project where we are working with a port to build the world's first carbon negative port, basically. And they had a situation where they get 75,000 vehicles in not per hour, per year. They have environment and climate requirements, They have a 0.5 megawatt grid connection today, and there is a regional chemical cluster in the vicinity that is also looking to electrify. So we're looking at the vehicles being increasingly electric, requirement on shore power, and putting this together, they came up with a need for a 20 megawatt grid connection and 30-40 gigawatt hours per year. When they called the power company about this, they were just laughing. And the regional chemical cluster needs 60,000 tons of e-methanol, and which is a further 70 megawatt grid connection, which is also very difficult to come by. So if you stick with the electron thinking, producing hydrogen from electrolyzers, using wind offshore to get this done, to handle additionality requirements. And you also have the issue of finding green CO2 in large amounts. And you're looking at 900 million euros of investments into this without even solving the charging and the shore power. And ignoring the fact that you need base load electricity for the production of the methanol and all these things. So if you go to a molecule sector coupling approach to this, we can do this by taking in 220,000 tons of waste, producing 220,000 tons of waste, produce 14,000 tons net of hydrogen, also capturing CO2 that we can use. So with this, we can produce the 30 gigawatt hours of fast charging and 60,000 tons of methanol or sustainable aviation fuel, as that is a better offtake, plus the fact that we have 300 gigawatt hours of heat that can be used as heat or cooling. And as opposed to paying huge green premiums for this, this can be both profitable, fossil competitive. It's a completely different level of resilience and about half the capex. So how is this possible? And that is possible because waste is a hydrocarbon, just like oil and gas. And that makes it uniquely efficient for producing local hydrogen and CO2 if you can handle the complexity of waste, and that is our invention. But important for the business case here is to deploy the hydrogen instantly to avoid storage, compression, and transport of hydrogen, and do that into viable outputs. And doing that, we can reach fossil competitive because there's no hydrogen economy, as we already concluded. So heavy-duty fast charging can be produced from the hydrogen and also recombining the hydrogen and the CO2 into methanol or SAF. And all these processes produce heat, which can be used locally. So 1 ton of waste is 100 megawatt hours of charging, 150 megawatt of heat or cooling, and large amounts of methanol and SAF. And how do we make this fossil competitive? Yeah, we have a production cost. We then have byproduct revenues. And here's where the sector coupling comes in. And doing that, we can reach fossil competitive pricing on the output. And same approach for the methanol and producing much lower cost than e-methanol, which is literally off the charts here, price-wise. You cannot do this with incineration because incineration can only produce heat and steam and then stupid AC into the grid and only delivers about 20 euros of profit per ton of waste, plus all the negative impact. with this approach, you can get up to 250 euros per ton and have a lot of positive impact on climate and environment. So we're looking at the Mediterranean here as an ideal candidate for this type of solution because there's a lot of RoPax. We're looking at ideas of 20 to 40 million tons of waste. There's 100 million tons in the region. And this can be used to produce substantial amounts of both fuel and charging. And saving a lot of CO2, saving renewable power. We can also produce 10 million cubic meters of clean water from this, and thousands of jobs. This can also provide an opportunity for the southern rim of the Mediterranean to take part in this economy and creating lots of jobs in North Africa. So what are the conditions of a viable project? Important here to make the sector coupling work is that there is heat offtake available. And heat offtake can be both heat or cooling. So it's kind of regional independent in that. And it can also be made in a flexible way over the seasons. To have access to primary offtake customers, so off-takers of methanol, charging, and or sustainable aviation fuel, so that there is an industrial ecosystem around the port that we can tap into. Energy coordination is also important to unlock sector coupling. The port authorities don't always control the energy. So you have the shore power people, you have the tugboat people, you have the vehicle charging people that all set up their own solutions, requesting grid access, etc., to do these things. And then it becomes cumbersome to build these sector coupling business cases. Challenging here is, of course, vehicle-only and container-only ports because they don't have the same necessarily heat or cooling offtakes. It's also long-distance shipping, and there's still the question whether methanol will happen for the long distance. So we are now developing the first projects together with a global waste management company, also a major SAF offtake contract for 10 million tons of SAF together with the global oil and gas major. We're now working on the industrialization of our plant to eliminate risk and deliver on this 300 plant rollout target that we have agreed with Siemens AG. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Eike, for your presentation and all the insights. From your perspective, what is the magic sauce that makes a collaboration between startup and corporate, port, whatever it may be, big organization, tick and work?
Yeah, I mean the sector coupling to kind of develop or have the idea and the interest in working in the intersection between electrons, molecules, and waste, and to really make the sector coupling work. And if you can be part of making that work, there is a lot of profitability at competitive cost, at fossil competitive costs in these projects, and a lot of resilience. It's just not possible to deliver these things with just electricity in the same way.
All right. Thank you so much, Eike, for all the insights.
Thank you.
And your presentation. Maybe another round of applause. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and everyone, just connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm not at the event, unfortunately, but just connect with me in various ways, and we'll set up calls to take this further and answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have I'm very happy that we have a double act on premise now. I'm calling for Nuno Bento, CTO and co-founder of MixMove, and Rudy Smith, CEO of Scandi Network. We want to hear more about your success story. You have a clicker and everything you need?
Okay. All right. I will take this one.
Much. Stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name, oh, sorry, the wrong button. My name is Rudy Smith. I'm CEO of Scandi Network. It's a fast temperature-controlled transport network created 5 years ago with an idea. And I'm heading that setup. And I'm going to speak a little bit more about what it is, what is the connection with the ports of the sea. The only thing I can say is that last year on sea freight, pharma represented about 3.5 million metric tons of volume going over the sea. And it's been handled today. A part of that is going also through our network, so that's one. So that represents about 145,000 TEUs global. So we are playing in a general market, but also a niche market. Nuno will present himself later on. I'll just go into because time is limited. Nothing is happening. Okay, click here. Okay, so what do you see here? I just want to give you a quick insight of what today the landscape of the European pharmaceutical distribution is. It is complex. I'm not going to go in detail, but what you have is that you have pharmaceutical companies. In Europe, you have about 4,000 companies. This is pharma, it's not biopharma. If you take the biopharma together, it's about 7,000 companies who are selling and producing in Europe. You have pre-wholesalers. Pre-wholesalers are logistic companies who are handling on behalf of the pharmaceutical companies' warehousing, transport activities. Then you have full line wholesalers. They are doing the same as what the pre-wholesaler is doing, but with the difference, they own the stock. So they are in charge of their own logistics to the end destinations, what you see there. So they provide most of the time, 3 times or 2 times a day, deliveries to pharmacies, hospitals, drugstores, and dispensaries, doctors. So on the wholesaler, 90% of his drops are at pharmacies. The pre-wholesaler, he is doing about 80% of the drops to hospitals, where you can see that's a direct lane, and the rest is going to the other part with specific product. Why is coming that? If you see below, you have different sale channels in Europe available. So pharmaceutical companies, they try, they are still there to make money. They try to sell as much as they can through all the possible channels that they have in Europe. Not every country is the same with the same legislation, but they are used to sell most of them to the wholesalers. So 90% of all volumes sales is going directly to wholesalers. 10% is going through direct channels to pharmacies and hospitals. So a quick overview on what is impacting today's distribution landscape. I'm not going to go in detail everything, but there are a lot of restrictions that we have and having an impact on a lot of the execution, what we do today to deliver pharmaceutical product to one of the end supply chains up to the patient So what we have is very high complex. There are more and more tighter regulations and policy shifts today in the European market. Unsustainable. Everyone is talking about sustainability, but in the mind of a lot of pharmaceutical companies, it's still unsustainable. They are not willing to consolidate with other products of other competitors in the same vehicle, where the chemical industry is doing that already more than 20 years. There is a lot of impact on required services, demand on the product, using different channels and segmentation, increasing quality demands a lot today, flexibility, visibility, and etc. And an important one is cost. Today, all the sector, specifically all the chemical sector, because pharma is for 90% chemical product, it is being affected by high energy costs. We have raising of the labor costs, impact of regulations and investments and etc. So that's happening. And that is impacting everywhere the supply chain everywhere. Where I want to say is that we as a logistic company today, and not only we, are changing the mind shift, and we are entering into a discussion with our customers, because the customers are not paying anymore the price 100% of what we need to have to affect the deliveries from A to B. So we are getting into a modus on having a look into their supply chain, where we can have cost savings, so we can split the savings between logistic and the pharmaceutical companies. Just an overview, so you get the presentation. This is the regulation we have in Europe. It's complex. You see, there's not one lane, blue and white. So when you do international cross-border, it is so complex that you get a headache of it. And I would like to thank our partner MixMove, because the idea that we had starting the network 5 years ago, we started with a blank page. And we were looking to create added value to the market on having the supply chain redesigned. So what you have today in the market is that a lot of the distribution is done on DC level, so that means locally in each country. And more, we are looking to change the setup to going to EDCs, where you can do direct last mile in-feed into the hospitals out of 600-700 kilometers DC. So we have been creating that, and we could not have done that thanks to MixMove, our partner, who has helped us in accomplishing a lot of things. For example, this is what is today active. It is up and running, so we are managing with all different systems from partners connected to the platform Scandy 360 built by MixMove, all international flows, consolidation flows going over all those countries. Inclusive, next year we're going to start with connecting air freight into the network, and we're already covering also the ferries and the boats and etc. That's already building. This is all, you get it, but this is all what MixMove has accomplished, that we can create added value to our network partners, but also to the end customers. So it's a lot, but it's all been created over the last 5 years. And I'm going to leave the word to Nuno, who's going to explain how they did the magic trick. Thank you all.
Thanks, David.
Yeah, so Nuno Bento, I'm one of the founders and CTO of MixMove. We have been working with MixMove around concepts concerning physical internet and collaboration. And I cannot be shy of telling you how happy I was when this gentleman came up with this brilliant idea of making something smart around pharma. Now, we never forget this. This is one of our things that we always look in everything we design and we do. And as stupid as it might look, or as simple and obvious as it might look, the reality is that the industry that we are all working in today forgets this all the time, especially when we're talking about solutions, right? Everybody needs a solution because they have a warehouse, so I'll buy myself a WMS, and then I forget that probably 70% of the data that I need to operate my operation is still in my partners and external systems. So in MixMove, we try to build on the other way around. We start from the perspective that we need to create a common background, we need to create common knowledge in the supply chain, and then we can make the best out of it for the different scenarios. So when we started working with Scandi, and we needed to get all these partners, and have in mind that all the partners we saw in the constellation before from Hoodie, they still retain their own systems. We're not replacing any one solution, any one operating system. So they all work with their own TMSs, they all work with their own telematics, they all work with their own whatever is the built-in home solution that they built. So a big part of Scandi, of course, is constituting an API, creating a common channel of communication between all the partners. And it's no surprise that everything starts with a partner which is actually injecting or doing the first mile of the chain. And then it just forwards to Scandi that he wants somebody else to execute what needs to be done to make the goods arrive into the final destination. So we coordinate all of that. It's in MixMove, it's in our platform that we manage all these rules, all the redirections, all how the forwarding is executed in the network. And we essentially exchange a choreography of very interesting EDIs, and not EDIs, in this case, these are RESTful APIs, with all the partners in order to get back the tracking, the status, to get information from the trucks. Scandi is an active cooling, in principle, network. Most of what is circulating on trucks, which are equipped with telematics. They tell us in real time position and temperature, which we obviously acquire because the end result is we're talking about very rich customers that will pay to have high quality monitoring and visualization from end to end of where their goods are going. The second part, which is extremely important to us, is that we need to have a structure to be able to create additional knowledge to correlate information that we're getting from all these different sources and different origins to make sense of it. And of course, this is where we build a knowledge graph where we basically build a simulation, we build a model of all the information that we are receiving from the different sources. And this is where then we have reasoning algorithms that will predict issues, that will enable us to adapt and to make the network ever more efficient and resilient. Another interesting aspect and very important aspects of what we do with Scandi is digital twinning. Digital twinning is our way of organizing data that we are acquiring from all the different types of partners that are involved in this show. Very simple example, shipment digital twin is something that we receive from whoever is having the wish or the demand to move something from A to B. That typically comes from an ERP or whatever it's the order system that the shipper or the pharma company will have, coming down through probably a TMS in the origin partner, and it comes to us and we will replicate it in the platform. Now, the original shipment gave us very important information. We know what the goods are, what are the conditions, how they need to be kept, where they need to be delivered, to whom they need to be delivered. And of course, then the different partners, they will do operational planning. They will do it in their own systems, but at some point they need to report to us and tell us and feed the digital twin we have of what the trip is. We know that a specific truck was assigned to go from A to B, C, D, whatever it's going to pull or call, and we know what is on board. We know what is on board is being monitored. It can be directly by the telematics of the truck. It could be by sensors or IoT devices that are on board. And of course, the truck itself is a digital twin because somebody will own the truck, will have a telematics that will give us information about all of it. So now, what is exciting about all of this is that by being able to correlate the information across these twins, we get all that green stuff you see there, which is what everybody's looking for, what everybody needs. We get information about emissions, we get information about efficiency, we can predict ETAs, we can do all those, a better use of the equipment, which is essentially what we expect as an output as being the common goal of all these people working together to create something like a network in Scandi. challenges. Of course, there were many. I bring one today to highlight, which is automation and identification. We are getting goods coming in from hundreds of different origins and warehouses and systems. Some are well identified, some are less well or poorly identified. And this one of the big challenges we had was to avoid, first of all, the implications of that, which means that goods need to be identified, they might need to be labeled. And when all the partners are using different systems, it's important that their own proprietary ideas on how to identify goods, it's somehow normalized in a way that they can actually cooperate without having to relabel, to re-identify, or lose a lot of time with manual handling of the goods. So that was very important to us. We end up developing and proposing to the network to use a QR code, which is a common element in every label that they need to implement and to be able to read. This label and this QR code, the QR code is essentially based on the GS1 standard called Scan to Transport, which was designed a few years ago, and it's nothing else but a link to a digital twin, which, by the way, is convenient with the rest of our platform. So what you see in that QR code, if you scan it, is essentially a link that will go straight into the digital twin of every carton, and it will give you information about what is the temperature band where they need to be, where are they added to. The idea is that even offline, any partner should be able to identify and to be able to handle this parcel just by being compatible with that card. The rest of the stuff which is in the label might be important to one partner. It will be irrelevant for the others because they will not have to be compatible and reading and understanding all the other partners' labels. So this is a very important and highly neglected aspect that we have to deal with Scandi. At the end of the day, this is what we are delivering. This is what the rich customer will pay for. This waybill that went from Portugal to Eastern Europe across 5 different or 7 different trucks in different companies with different TMSs, with different people, with different methods, with different operation ways, it will be completely aggregated into a simple temperature curve and a consistent proof of delivery, which will trigger the delivery process. So that's, at the end, all we wanted to achieve. And that was it from our side. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you for this new take on logistics. And my question to you, just a short answer. And can you agree on one answer? What is the magic sauce that makes this collaboration
I'll
work?
go first, you go then. So I think the most important one is not a secret. It's a sauce which is not secret, which is the opportunity of collaboration, right? It needs to be a win-win for the partners. When that exists, all the rest that needs to be done is dealing with human factor and making sure that all the potential more important or less important barriers can be taken and solved.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Hugo Fonseca, CEO of Develop, and Julio Borges, IT Project Manager at Rangel. Another time we have 2 for 1, what is great. You have everything you need? Okay.
Yes,
Then stage is yours.
Okay. Good morning to all. My name is Hugo Duarte Fonseca. I'm managing partner of Develop. First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation and also congratulate Claudio and Pascal. We are in the NEXUS agenda as the leader of the work package 5, smart logistics. And we were on the first batch of D2XCEL also for the logistics. So again, congratulations to both, because I think it's important to bring innovation to this, let's say, traditional, very traditional sector. We have Web Summit in Portugal, I think all of you know. So I would say that this is the Web Summit for the supply chain industry. So I think it's very important that we do this kind of events for our industry, because it's not usual. I travel a lot and I go to many fairs, and sometimes it's difficult to find the right people, either if it is VCs or startups
that are working in this business. So it's a challenge for who works in this industry to connect to the right people, and it's important to make these gatherings and share the knowledge. I've lived in San Francisco when I was in 2012 developing a software for the shippers. We deployed that software in Navigator in Portugal, so the biggest Iberian shipper. And that time I understood that I was in the wrong place. I should have been in LA or Long Beach, because in San Francisco nobody knows about containers, about shipping. If we go to the other side of the river, we go to Auckland, they have a port, maybe they can understand us better. But it's very important. That's why I think it's very important to do this. Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about develop, because during these years we also have changed. So we have let's say the next agenda, but at the meantime business doesn't stop. So I think you all are aware of that. And I have this vision in, let's say, Portuguese ecosystem, because I work for 26 years now in this industry. And I feel, besides we are a small country, our market is also very fragmented. So we all know that more than 90% of the companies in Portugal are SMBs or even smaller, which is a challenge to grow outside of Portugal. And I see the same in the technology side. People that want to build startups and technology companies for the shipping industry has a hard challenge to grow inside the Portuguese market, but it's also hard not have enough size to invest and explore other opportunities. So we joined this international group. So now we are present not only in Portugal, but Spain and Italy. And we want to lead this industry, what I call the digital supply chain from the shipper to the consignee in South Europe, okay? Because we see an opportunity to be the leader in this space, because again, it's not only in Portugal that this market is fragmented, but it's also in Spain, in Italy, and other markets, as in Greece, for example, and other markets as well. So we have here an opportunity to keep growing, not only organically, but also through M&A, incorporating more technologies and more specialized knowledge inside our project and with our vision. That said, this is currently our portfolio. So we have the vertical solutions. We already talked about some of them here, the TMS, the WMS, the distribution management systems as well. The custom system is something that is changing a lot in Europe, many regulation. We will have a EU data hub for all the consignments that will enter in Europe until 2027, so much regulation. But I want to focus also in the middle layer, where we see also many electronic documents and the digitalization that is happening, and is happening fast, okay? So this is coming, and it will come for all of us, the ports, the shippers, the forwarders, the shipping agents, shipping lines, everyone. So this is important to all of them. So we have not only the ECMR, so Spain announced, we are now waiting for the law to be published, but it was already approved. So in 1 year, the ECMR will be mandatory in Spain. And that will affect the Portuguese companies, because as we all know, Spain is our closest and unique border country. So all the companies that export or import from Spain that manage those transports need to be compliant with the ECMR within a year. So that will be important. But we also have EBL for DCSA is targeting the 2030 year, so in 5 years or even less. We already have in place the electronic airway bill for the airlines. We will have the EFTI coming also for 2027 for the policy control of all the cargo that is entering in Europe. So you see that everything that the companies now do using still paper documents, mainly, will need to finish in short period of time, which means that all the components, all the different systems that you have for the different players will need to change and to adopt these technologies so that we can trade information for what is happening, let's say, in all the supply chain. And that's why our work package 1 in Nexus agenda is so important. That's why the next open data is so important for this future that is coming. Not only for Sines, but I would say for Portugal. And if we have the target to sell the next open data to other countries, this is international. So this is an opportunity that is not only for Portugal, but is also for other countries that will have to solve this. Interoperability, like we heard before, the sharing of data or data collaboration, learning from Pascal. So it's mandatory. So like Nuno said before, it's collaboration. So we need to, no one works alone in this industry and in this business. So we are in the next agenda, we have two of these projects, which is EBL and ECMR. We are using blockchain with the University of Aveiro and Coimbra to explore the different technologies that we can use. We chose blockchain, but could be others technology. That's not the most important. What is important is we guarantee that all the information is safe, again, security, is immutable, so it's not changed. We can guarantee that no one changed the data. It has been signed, it has been shared along the chain, and that's our, let's say, two projects for this digitalization of documentation within the Nexus agenda. Again, it's very important, the interoperability. So for the electronic bill of lading, we are following the DCSA regulation, which is worldwide. So that's important, that we are not building a black box that is only useful for, let's say, proving that this technology works in Portugal, but can work outside Portugal in every country if we follow the standards. And fortunately, we have DCSA working good, implementing and developing these standards, not only for the electronic bill of lading, but also for tracking, for ports just in time, so many different areas within the shipping business. Also for the ECMR, we see it the same way. So for sure there will be different platforms to change information about the ECMR. We put it here, Pioneer, because it's one of our partners, and we also, they are a platform just to work on this type of documents like ECMR, to collaborate and sharing information between the parties, from the shipper to the consignee, with all the trucking companies in the middle, because it's very common in the trucking business that we subcontract other partners. So let's say the cargo and the documentation must follow on together, so that we can know who are responsible for the transportation in which time during all the route. So we can guarantee that we can trade information from our solution with, for example, Pioneer platform. That's one of the leading platforms in Europe. For example, in Belgium, to transport waste is already mandatory to use ECMR. So Pioneer has a lot of experience having a platform already in place in production. So we want to integrate with them. Again, the collaboration with the Nexus Open Data. So this is one diagram that we did because we are doing this for, let's say, identifying what is the information that we want to share. So the concept of the Nexus Open Data is that every solution can publish information that is useful for the other partners in the ecosystem, and the other way around. So we can subscribe information from the Nexus Open Data that other partners in the value chain have shared, okay? So here we identify for the trucking transportation between the terminal, the depots, and the shippers, and with the trucking companies, all the events that can happen in the top for the import transport or for an export transport. And we can see all the different data, not only for the tracking, so we can see where is the container, where is the cargo in each moment, but also information about who is the truck, who is the driver, so that we can identify before it goes there to the terminal or to the depot or to the shipper. So this is where you see the blue boxes, is where we are sharing information with NEXUS Open Data, that someone in the value chain can subscribe that information if they want to know where is the container along the transportation. So this is why NEXUS Open Data is a good and the most important, let's say, our star product in this project, because all the other applications can share information that is very relevant for all the stakeholders in the value chain. Thank you. I will pass to Cangel, to Julio.
Good afternoon. My name is Julio. I work in Cangel. I'm a project manager. I work with on the work package 5 with Hugo Special. Let me. Okay. Okay. I want to explain. I want to bring you from things we already catch on the field. Yeah, it's more important than a corporate presentation. Yeah. At the moment, we are in the process of conversion of electronic for electronic documents, CMR and bill of lading, and Rangel is on the middle of the shipper and consignee, and we do all things you can think, yeah, to put get information, get the cargo from, or the goods, the merchandising from point A to point B. In this middle, we need to generate a BL. At the moment, all documents in Rangel are in paper. Okay, we don't have electronic documents at the moment. Only to have an idea, these are data from this year, still September. We move these industries. Okay, only for you have an idea what kind of things we move, what kind of goods we move. This is our numbers till September. We generate 8,000, more than 10,000 master bill of lading, and more or less 48,000 CMR. Okay, all these things are paper. Okay, we don't have anything from bill of lading, less than 5%. Okay, we already try some suppliers. Okay. Advantage we can see now on the change. Yeah, I will highlight one of them because the rest I think is very clear. Yeah, one of them is the cost reduction, or decrease the cost, and it's not only the print. The print is not okay. You have amount, yeah, but it's not so high. I will highlight the courier. Why the courier is here? Because in our business, especially in Africa, we need to send the master BL by FedEx. And this is a cost and a risk. Why? Because if anything happening on this service, I don't have the document. Second, I have to pay taxes for delay of the destination port, yeah? And this is a high cost we need to insert on the margin, yeah, of the job. And I think this is one of the points we need to, I think we need to we will be more efficient with this conversion, yeah. All the rest I think is natural, is very clear, yeah. This for bill of lading. For the road, I will highlight two of them. One is the POD. At the moment, the driver pick up the paper, go to France, and then get the sign-in from the client, and then we don't have this paper. We need to wait, I don't know, 10 days, 30 days to receive the paper to give to my client, yeah? And this is a problem, a real problem in the field, yeah? Another is a faster invoicing. At the moment, we have a KPI, and we have a very high time to invoice. We start the service, and then we invoice many late. When I have the invoicing, when I have the CMR with me, what I win? First, I have most of clients want the invoice and join the document for invoicing, yeah? Imagine if a service have 2 stops, I need to have two CMRs to join to my invoicing, yeah? And this is important for us because in the circle, I can receive faster and pay faster because I only pay when I have the CMR with me for my supplier if the trucks are not ours, okay? The EPOD, I can say, is good for me because I have in my system and good for my client because in the cycle, most of clients receive from the consignee when they have the signature from consignee to guarantee the goods are there, yeah? And this I think is important too. I want to tell you an idea for the field because I think this project I have with Hugo and Nexus is important because I think we'll put more efficiency on the process, and more than that is everything is centralized, yeah? I don't have papers because all logistics I have with papers is very high. We are excited to implement your products, yeah? Only to have an idea, Hugo do the products and we implement on the field, yeah? We are now, at the moment, we are integration the 2 systems to generate, to convert these documents to electronic, yeah? I finished, yeah, thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much. What is your take on successful collaboration? What is the magic sauce for you?
No, what I think is better is because when Hugo developed these 2 products, I'm there. Okay, I'm not a distant client. Yeah, we participate on the decision. We do tests when we have to do. I bring some clients to our meetings to help Hugo and developing the products. I think this is important. We are linking. Yeah, we are not so distant. It's not an email. I send an email. No, I bring people to the meetings to have a feeling of the field. Yeah, I think this is most important.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Last but not least, I would like to ask for Jose Tavares, CTO for Daisy. Thank you. And Joao Galante, Terminals Director of Medway. Thank you.
Bom dia. Good morning. I hope you can see me. The small guy. It's broken some eyes for me, not for you. My name is João Galante. I'm a Medway Terminals Director. It's an honor to speak to the relevant people and with a lot of knowledge, more than me. I will present some numbers, some service we do in our terminal. Where is the change? Okay. That's why I'm not an IT guy. As you can see, our dry ports. Let me tell you, we have with local government in Extremadura, with Spain, Badajoz, Mérida, and Alvarado. This is our new terminals from Medway, and we made some terminal service like the rail connection 7 days a week, 24 hours. storage, stuffing and unstuffing. We have customs clearance and content repair and maintenance. This is not no official numbers, but because I can not do that, but it's more or less some numbers we deal with our terminals. 2,500 truck handling per mount, 250 per day. It's huge. And the most important thing is the gate service. Our gate in is more or less 1 minute, and we have average 1.45 minutes for 2 moves. Normally in our terminals, we load and unload the container. Is 2 movements we deal. More numbers, we use the Fordesi and the system MedTosh. We use more or less 100 users per mount. Per mount is 2,500. More numbers you can see, and I pass to my colleague. Thank you.
Okay. My name is José Tavares. I'm CTO at Fordesi. And what will bring us here is talk about the MET-TOS system. MET-TOS system is the terminal operating system that is used to manage the operations in all the Medway terminals. Okay. And today I'll share with you our innovation story, success story, how we pick up in a base solution and transform this solution in a smart AI solution. Okay, this is our success story. So, from the business side, Medway terminals have challenges. Okay, this is the problem. They need to reduce the overall operation cost, to reduce the terminal movements, and also to improve the performance of all logistic operations. So with them, we think it, and we started an innovation-driven process. Okay, and this innovation-driven process have 3 areas. The first area, the smart rail handling, the handling of the trains, the movements of the machines, reach takers, but we can use also in the portics, okay, and the gate performance. As you saw in the last slide, the gates are already self-service. Say at the gate in Medway terminals, there is no one, okay? Just simple kiosks in inbound and outbound that are operated only by the truckers, okay? We are talking about self-service kiosks. The last numbers João show are about 1 minute to do all the entrance, but it's self-service by the trucker, okay? No one from Medway or security is in place. So how do we do this innovation process on that 3 areas? So we use AI neural computing and wagon grid location to achieve a better train wagon cargo best fit. Okay, this is a problem that is how can we fit the cargo on the wagons, okay? Because there are security protocols, dimensions, weights that should be inside that security protocol. Another thing is reducing the cargo preparation time. The cargo preparation time is the demand from the Medway customers, okay? We need to put in place all these containers on this train, but they don't say each container. They say some criteria from this booking, from this destination, okay? From another criteria from the last that don't went on the last train, okay? And a lot of dynamic criteria that for the terminal manager is quite time consuming, it's stressing because the train must leave on the schedule, okay? So the reduction of the cargo prepare time is quite important. Another thing is the optimized movement sequence that the reach taker should do, okay? This is on the rail side, but also on the movements of the reach taker inside the terminal. So our system gives an optimized sequence and also, quite important, a decision support that gives also optional sequences, because there is if you think in AI, it's not only one possible sequence. There is a lot of sequences, okay? One optimizing the time, another optimizing the energy cost, another reducing the movements, but it's faster. Another one is faster, but is more expensive. So a lot of criteria and all the optional sequence for decision support are quite important, okay? For the reach taker movements, that these two are together, okay? The rail handling and the movement and the reach taker movement are together. So also using AI neural computing. What is AI neural computing? These components inside Nexus was done in partnership with Universidade of Coimbra, okay? Sorry, Universidade of Coimbra. And are not the generative AI we are used to talk and see, are complex genetic algorithms that are suited for this kind of problems, but are quite effective in this kind of resolution. So with an AI neural computing, an GPS-assisted app on the reach taker, and advanced storage grid of the terminal, the positions of everyone, we could reduce the number of movements due by the reach takers, also reducing the handling time, and that led to a reduction of energy consumption by these machines. These machines are quite consuming. And also, this is work in progress. We need to predict how many machines, what the best sequence, what the best effort, and how many machines do we need to put in place? How many reach takers is the best solution? Okay, this is quite tricky and is in work in progress. Okay, because it's another criteria for these algorithms to solve and give a potential optional sequence. From the gate performance is quite difficult, because if you saw the numbers, we already squeezed so much these times at the self-service. But now with cameras, a vision assist and the smart portic setup, and also we need also some help from the tracker part, okay, from the GPS app. We can have a new model. It's gate performance with a truck pass-through. The truck even stop, okay? So it's not it's the step forward from self-service. It's the truck doesn't stop. If everything is right with the portic, with OCRs, LPRs, and all this technology, we can make the truck and to don't even stop at the entrance. At the exit is simple. I already have 15 seconds of gate out, no problem, okay? But the interest with this smart portic setup and all this technology innovation, we could do that trucks don't even stop. Okay, There are some rejected, but all the system also have this predicted on this business model. Another thing that we can do is the prediction of, we call the housekeeping. The housekeeping is the hidden movements that are inside the terminal. The movements and the prediction of things that have a lot of impact on reducing the movements and not putting containers and things on out of sequence. This housekeeping prediction is quite important because we at the gate have big VMP with digital LED saying to the trucker that even stop, okay, go to that side, go to that island, go to that side, go to that island. Okay, this helps the housekeeping, and housekeeping is a prediction problem that we have from the trucker app that is giving us the next one, the next one, the next one, that next one that are in the line. And with this, we can reduce the gate congestion. That is our other benefit. The gate congestion is achieved with all this together, okay? And is how we trying to optimize. So this, how do we put this innovation-driven process to work? We do it this way. So just wrapping already is, we already have for this out a very good foundation of our terminal management system, and now we added AI-powered solution to this suite with new models, new processes, and interconnected technologies and enhancements. And what brings us here is the NEXUS. The NEXUS initiative has been essential to put and enabling all this strategic to work, okay? The NEXUS initiative is the enabler and that put the glue between the universities, giving the know-how of AI and the business needs from Medway, and the IT and logistics consulting experience and IT and software development by 4 days, okay? The NEXUS initiative is the glue that make this strategic approach possible. So, but innovation is not a straight line, okay? Let me talk about some problems because it's important to share with the audience. This is not put to work and it's okay. So first, we learned that the critical importance of precise GPS mapping. Our first work is to put precise GPS working and grids inside the terminal. Not only the container and the islands places, but also very important, the wagons. Where is the train? Where is the train wagons? That's quite difficult because Medway have a business case more complicated than everyone else because we approach in three steps just to understand. The first step is what is the most time-consuming cargo, as I talked, the cargo prediction to put in a train. Well, we first treat the train load. The first problem to solve is the train load. The second problem, okay, we got the train load, we got the train unload. But the Medway setup lines at Medway at entroncamento terminal enables a mixed, okay? Just imagine a rail in the middle, a rail in the place that enable that a train can be unloaded and loaded at the same time. And this gives the hardest business case of loading and unloading at the same time a train. Okay, so so this is the critical importance of the GPS because AI-driven movements planning simply doesn't work if it's not precise and the special, because we are measuring distances, okay? We are measuring distances. So another thing that is quite complex is validating this AI movement sequence. So this sequence that the AI is giving us is better or worse than the rich taker operator is doing. So because these are not just theoretical movements, they are real movements, and then they must be tested against the operator habits, the security protocols, and all these things. So this is quite tricky. Another thing is the energy cost modeling. I will be faster. Okay, we need to make a segmentation because, okay, Medway had a clue how much costs the movements with loaded cargo, but the housekeeping, how much costs the housekeeping movements? The movements that are not with cargo, the movements around, the movements to place these machines, okay? These segmentations, this segmentation of the problem, the housekeeping movement is quite important because we are treating the different profiles with different potential of optimization. And finally, the IIoT versus software as a service problem, that we have real-time events from machines, from cameras, from real-time equipments versus a cloud infrastructure, because MedTOS works as a cloud software as a service solution, just to bring more problems. This kind of hybrid environments are quite complex because of the real-time needs versus the cloud infrastructure. So it's green. Originally, it's not green, okay? Okay. So if it was red for me, it's okay, but it's green, bad choice from the computer. So to close, let me share what the methods and Medway became to this experience in this innovation story. So we started. Our task started as a framework, because this is a framework with a full set of terminal functionalities. It fits small and large scenarios, okay, shared and tested a business model. But now it's grow, is have a new set of functionalities and enables the very fast terminal setup with lower cost setup and predictable. The costs of a new terminal, João has now, as he said, with the 2 new terminals in Spain, 3, yeah, Badajoz, Mérida, Navalmoral, 3, and they usually came to us to say, we need one more terminal. And I said, when do you need it? Is it now, tomorrow? So, and we from the setup, our framework and should work, okay? And this is our success story, how we bring from a system that manages a new solution that now is an AI solution with a suite of new models that are ready to grow, to evolve, and to deliver more to others. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for showing us that AI already arrived really in the market, it's in practice. Just the last question to you, in one sentence, what makes your collaboration successful?
Trust. This kind of collaboration with I think friendship. It's and good sense.
All right. Thank you
It's
so
a
much.
formula.
Awesome. Thank you. So, what is left for me to quickly summarize the session? I think we learned a lot about what is maybe part of the secret soup, the secret sauce. That is openness, that is creating win-wins on both sides, and it's also, in the end, the people. like talking to each other, creating trust, working together. This makes a collaboration successful. Thank you so much for the session. What is next up?
And now we're going to lunch. We'll be back in 1 hour, 2:30, because we are quite delayed. Okay, see you later. Thank you. including 15 years as an officer in the Portuguese Navy. Jorge de Almeida has held leadership roles in naval architecture, commercial operations, and port management internationally and in Portugal. His career includes significant contributions to the development of the Port of Sines. Jorge, it's up to you now. Thank you.
Oh, you heard me. You heard, okay, good, thanks. She was absolutely essential in the transformation of the Port of Sines. This was when the container terminal started. She was absolutely critical to get the single port window started and later the logistic port window. She really deserves to be remembered in this occasion, okay? So I leave here this sad notice, all right? Now, the way we are organized here, we're going to first have a presentation by a gentleman from Inestec, right, about the project that they're doing in this area. Come here, João. João Almeida must be my cousin, my long-lost cousin. And after that, we're going to have the presentation of two projects, and then finally we'll go on to the panel discussion. Vocês podem ir aqui para a cadeira, não? É, pá, senta, senta. Onde é que está a minha...
Tem laser. Okay. Page, né? Okay, can you hear me properly? Okay, is it? Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is João Almeida, and I'm here to present this work that we did, me and my colleagues from Inestec, on a simulation-based assessment, decarbonization alternatives in seaports. I'm here on the behalf of my colleague, Adrian Galvez, which is the main author. Before I start, I would like to say thanks to the organization for the opportunity to be here, for the invitation, and basically the motivation behind this work. As you are all aware, decarbonization and energy transition is already a trend in European ports, and there are many measures and many technologies that have a positive impact in this transition. But when we look into the several technologies and several measures, we always think which one is the best, how can we address the impact of these measures, and basically there must be a way of addressing and finding the impact of these decarbonization measures. And each port is different, each port has its infrastructure, its operational profiles, and this leads to the open question of how can we transparently, effectively, and openly evaluate the real impact of different decarbonization measures in the maritime ports. So to address this, we developed a model that is a multi-agent discrete event simulator, in this case only applied to container terminals for now, and we are focusing in the model of the operations, but also in the energy consumption side. So there are many simulators in the literature and also commercially available, but this one focus as also an energy layer that is becoming more and more important. And with a simulator like this, we have the possibility of having an extensible model. This simulator is modular, so we can easily extend it to other purposes and include other terminals and include other assets. And basically it also allows and it supports experimentation with decision-making strategies and evaluate our port, our terminal in terms of operational, energy consumption, and emissions parameters, basically. So the main capabilities of our simulator are related to rapid scenario testing, so we can easily, as I've already mentioned, change the asset configurations, we can change the inputs, the schedules, and using this, taking advantage on this feature, we can simulate and test different decarbonization strategies, and using this we can, for instance, simulate several electrification trends, try several efficiency improvement measures, and perhaps incorporate some energy management models or renewable energy or storage systems modules. And with this is useful because we can evaluate the impact, for instance, on the grid. We can also look at the techno-economical aspect of these technologies or these changes that we are thinking in applying to the port, and also, for instance, in assessing the emissions. And it's important to add that all of this is done in a transparent way without even black box algorithms. So we do this to build trust between the engineering team and the stakeholders. And basically, we applied our simulator to a use case, which is inspired in the port of Sines, following the parameters, the input parameters that we have over there. And we tested 3 scenarios. We tested the current one, how the port it is right now, and then we tried to simulate the port as we expect it to be in the upcoming years, considering electrification trends and also considering the expansion that is planned in the upcoming years. And then we compared these scenarios with the scenario where this decarbonization doesn't occur, where fossil fuels are still in place and still used. And looking at the results and the functionalities that our simulator provides, here we have the operational parameters and statistics that our simulator provides. We have, for instance, the number of moves, utilization rates, and so on. We also have the energy consumption profiles of the different assets. Here we have either the cranes and the onshore power supply technology, so we can see how the energy consumption profile varies, for instance, within a day or even within a certain period of time. And looking at these results in a more aggregated way, here we can visualize the energy demand on the energy demand on the left graph. And as we can see, we are comparing the 2 scenarios, the electrified one and the other one where fossil fuels would still be in place. And when we compare both scenarios across the 3 years that we are comparing, we see several things. We see that there are significant energy efficiency gains when we electrify our technologies. We also notice that the 2 large consumers are cranes and are the connection to and are the OPS points, the connection to the shore. So, for instance, this is useful because nowadays OPS is becoming more and more present in our ports, so it's important to understand the impact that OPS has in the grid. And on the emission side, this simulator also allows to visualize and quantify the emissions of our port, of our layout, and also explore different technologies and scenarios. Of course, here in this case, when we electrify, we are in Portugal, and we are also considering Portuguese grid and Portuguese grid low carbon intensity and the projection that is expected. So to conclude, because time is short, well, the key outcomes
the key outcomes are that we successfully developed a discrete event simulator that assesses the impact of port decarbonization measures. This allows the creation and the simulation of multiple scenarios while evaluating not only operational parameters, but also looking at the energy consumption and emissions outcomes. And this is still ongoing. We are still currently working on this, but we plan to enhance this simulator by including more assets, by expanding into more terminals, and also to include a more precise and more extended techno-economical analysis that covers not only CapEx and OpEx costs, but even, for instance, carbon taxes. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
João, if I might ask, what is the timeline for the future work?
Well, so that depends on the next project and on the next. So it's not yet decided, yeah. Okay. But we are thinking in planning it, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So now we're going to have a presentation of one of the ventures, right? The one that will be by video. It will be Geoelectric, a Dutch company. I'll go first with the Portuguese. Yeah. Okay, that'll be B2 Solutions. Very good. Pedro Meira, right? It fooled me then.
Pedro Meira is there, you know. For lunch.
Are you? Okay. Big lunch, right?
Well, okay. Then the presentation, okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vitor Prisca. I have here Pedro Meira also. He's on the audience. So thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. As has been said already, it's a tough job. So there's a video. I don't know about the volume, so.
Okay.
Ports are evolving into major clean energy hubs. With increasing power capacity, vessels will be able to shut down their onboard generators while docked, eliminating emissions and improving the city quality of life. The port energy transition begins by unlocking the full potential of solar, wind, wave, power, energy storage that these strategic infrastructures can use. Through the NEXUS project, we are developing state-of-the-art solutions to accelerate this transition. We start by assessing renewable energy potential and optimizing energy storage sizing using B2 Clean Energy. We then deploy a comprehensive energy management system, B2 Energy, a powerful digital platform that centralizes network and energy asset monitoring data to enable real-time, intelligent, and efficient energy management. Finally, we implement a renewable energy community supported by B2 Grid, enabling local energy markets designed to maximize renewable self-consumption, optimize storage usage, and significantly reduce both operational costs and emissions. With the innovative solutions delivered by the NEXUS project, ports are empowered to lead the global energy transition and drive a more sustainable future for the transport and logistics sector, reducing environmental impact in the surrounding cities. Ports are evolving into major clean energy hubs.
Sorry. Well, so first of all, I'm going to present the results of Work Package 8, okay? And, you know, it's a full digital ecosystem for energy communities in ports, eventually not only ports, but the three main deliverables that we have, one is B2 Clean Energy, okay? This tool is essentially before you take the decision to go to renewables. So it helps you to right-size your investment in renewables, okay? And we're talking about solar, wind onshore, wind offshore, and also storage. So the main objective of this tool, which is already available, is really to right-size the investment and understand which will be the NPV, the payback of that project, considering also the expected consumption of your organization for a long period of time. Then we have B2 Energy, and this tool is to manage all the energy assets. So we're talking about monitoring, automation, and control of all the energy assets with the objective of reducing operational costs, and also translate all the operation into costs, which is a differentiator factor, we believe. We're talking about reporting, so reporting, it's one of the major issues when we talk about energy, carbon accounting and all that stuff. So reporting is also a significant part of the solution. And we're developing B2 Grid. Okay, B2 Grid is really to implement the energy community, the renewable energy community. We're talking about doing forecast on consumptions, doing forecast on generation, optimizing the storage cycles, and also to implement a day-ahead pool market between all the participants. The objective is to reduce as much as possible the imported energy from the grid, to increase the utilization of renewable energy, okay, and reduce costs at the end, okay? So it's all about the journey, okay? So what we believe is that we have a comprehensive, stepped approach to the challenge, okay? Sorry. This is the problem with the fonts. Well, but besides that, the message is that we have a way to start on a structured approach, which is right-sizing the investment, implement it, then manage it, and then going to another level of efficiency using the renewable energy community. And it's all about the journey. So, in fact, there's paraphrasing a very old knowledge from the Africans. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I would like everyone from the work package 8 to stand up. So, Inegi,
Come on.
University of Évora, University of Coimbra. In ESCTEC, I believe that colleagues from other work packages, not from ours, from work package 8. So I believe that we are making the change and we have lots of ideas for future work. So thank you very much. I hope that SINS really implement this in the very near future. There are lots of investments to be done, huge investments. And we expect also to go abroad. Thank you so much.
Okay, now we're going to have the G-Electric, am I right? No? Oh, they're not connected? Okay, all right. Let's see. Before we start, what I suggest is to ask you, first of all, it's a privilege to moderate this panel, given the quality of our panel members. And I'll start by asking each one just to introduce yourself personally and the company to which you belong, okay? And then I'll start the proceedings.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Diogo Almeida. I had business development on hydrogen and renewable fuels at the Industrial Business Unit at Galp. Galp, for those of you who don't know that, is Portugal's largest fuel supplier. We also own and operate a refinery here in Sines. So on your way back to Lisbon, if that's where you're heading, on the right, you'll see our chimney and all our assets. I'm a chemical engineer. I've been working at Galp for 20 years, and I'm deeply engaged with the decarbonization roadmap that the company is working on.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. George, thanks for the invitation. So my name is Ricardo Sobral. I'm the head of engineering, IT, and OT of PSA Cines. PSA Cines is the PSA as a group is the largest port operator, and we are the biggest port in Portugal. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Celina Rodrigues. I'm the head of the shipping logistics at Corticeira Amorim. Corticeira Amorim is the biggest cork industry in the world, so I'm very proud to work there. I don't know if you can see that in my face, but shortly, is that what I'm doing?
My name is Jorge Brandão. I'm a vice president of C-Power. C-Power is a technology institute. It's a non-profit organization. It's part of the national scientific system, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we do another round of questions, I thought we would present here a couple of slides to frame a little bit the theme of this panel within the bigger scope of the sustainable supply chain. Well, firstly, if you Google sustainable supply chain, you'll get hundreds of thousands, almost 1 million entries in Google. Everybody talks about sustainable supply chain, but really, the real question gets down to one question: is it a necessity, or is it a differentiator? I'll show you what I mean in a second. Maybe. Okay. Hey, I got it. Capital. Next. Well, let me just add, there are some very large companies that believe that sustainability is a differentiator, it's a source of competitive advantage. And therefore, they are betting on sustainability, not because they have to, not because of the regulation, because they can gain advantage, commercial advantage, by in fact betting on sustainability. So the costs that are involved in those investments are more than have a return then on the commercial availability of their products. Okay. In shipping, we have a very concrete case, which is Maersk. Maersk a few years ago decided to bet on methanol as a fuel for their ships. And methanol ships are more expensive to build, they are more expensive to operate, and yet they reached the conclusion that many of their large clients would be not happy, but would be willing to pay the premium for carrying their cargoes on cargo neutral ships. And for that, because for that they could also promote themselves in the marketplace as being sustainable companies. And this is something that's happening more and more. There's a way towards sustainability. Unfortunately, as you know, there's a country in the world happens to be the largest economy that is taking exactly the opposite path. But in spite of that, there's very interesting. If you look at the stock market is always the best barometer of how the world thinks about business. In the stock market, for example, Wall Street, you'll see that the green companies, in fact, have grown more than the average company in the stock market, measured by the S&P. So clearly, sustainability is not only an obligation or a necessity, it's really an opportunity. And this is an angle that more and more companies are starting to understand. But on top of that, of course, you have regulations. Regulations have been a motivator to bet on sustainability. And the regulations, there's the two entities that are taking very much the lead in imposing regulations to the maritime industry. One is the European Commission, the European Union, and the other one is the International Maritime Organization, IMO. In completely different paths. Unfortunately, I had some slides, but apparently they're not coming to the surface. Huh? No. It doesn't matter. It's not so important. But there's a big difference in the sense that the European Union has very hard targets. They have decided exactly what would be the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, the dates, and the percentage of the reduction, and the Fit for 55 established that it should be reduced by 55% by 2030, right? On top of that, they have a very real target of being carbon-free by 2050. IMO is a second different path. IMO is a very political organization where the ship owners have a very, very strong saying. Of course, ship owners are much against anything that can increase the cost. So IMO is taking a much slower path towards decarbonization. Essentially, there are two instruments. One is the carbon intensity indicator, where they keep track of it, almost like the refrigerator, that you see A, B, C, D, and so on, depending on the fuel efficiency. So the carbon intensity indicator is a bit like that, but it's not really an enforcing rule. But then there was a very much of an enforcing rule equivalent to what the European Union is doing, which is called the Net Zero Framework. Net Zero Framework was an agreement among the various members of the IMO that they would start imposing limits to the carbon emissions and having penalties for not meeting those carbon emissions. This was agreed among the members and had to be ratified in October 2025 on the general meeting. And a gentleman called Donald Trump moved the earth and heaven to prevent from doing it. In fact, he was able to convince enough countries to stop it from being approved, and has been delayed for 1 year. Probably a 1 year delay in terms of this net zero framework. Now, as you know, to manage something, you have to measure it, right? If you don't measure, it's very difficult to manage something. And when you're talking about the gas emissions, there have been several initiatives to try to help measuring it. Maybe the most important one, the one that has the most used metrics, is called Greenhouse Gas Protocol. Maybe you've heard of it. They have defined 3 types of emissions: the Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. Scope 1 is emissions that are actual result of your own operations. Scope 2 is emissions from the energy that you buy, which is very easy to identify what the emissions are. And the third one is everything else. It's basically the emissions from all your service providers. So there are clear tools nowadays where you can start measuring, and many of the companies are doing it. Now, it's still supposed to be a more graphic introduction, I beg your pardon. But what I'll do now, I'll ask each one of the panel members to share with us what they're doing in terms of decarbonization, both in short term as well as in the long term, maybe investments that are a little heavier. And the problem when you're talking about investment is that in the short term, you have very quick results, but not very strong results. In the long term, you don't have immediate results, but in the end, you have to make a big investment. So there's always a trade-off between the short term and long term. Am I right? Yeah.
That's true. And there's also some what we call the low-hanging fruits.
Exactly.
With a fast payback, and the ones that require higher capex, also usually lower payback, longer payback periods, which also require, from a strategic point of view, more clarity on, and that's not exactly what we've been having, unfortunately, given the difficulty in getting global agreements on many of these topics. Galp, as an integrated energy company, headquartered and strongly based, especially on the downstream business in Europe, is obviously highly focused on making sure that our clients, their scope 3, our scope 3 and their scope 1 or 2 goes down and complies with the very harsh targets of decarbonization that we have in the different business segments. We are presently building one of the largest electrolyzers in Europe here in Sines, side by side with our refinery, and also a 300,000 tons per year HVO plant, so HVO and SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, to help decarbonize hard to abate sectors in the transport sector. So either heavy duty road transportation, aviation, but also maritime transportation. Okay, and although we are obviously focused on all, transportation is really important for an integrated energy company with a strong link to oil. Oil is still 90% of the fuel mix for transports. And although we know that a lot will be electrified, especially on the light duty, we still have these 3 blocks that I just mentioned that are much harder to abate, and much of that cannot be directly electrified.
Right.
So what we are doing, and I will focus especially on the maritime transportation, given the place and focus of this conversation. Let me tell you, decarbonizing maritime transportation, of all those that I mentioned, is probably the hardest. Okay, and it's the hardest because, first of all, we're talking about putting additional costs on global supply chains. Okay, so everything that we buy comes from somewhere, and a lot of that was moved by vessel. So this increasing the cost of energy will have an impact on the overall cost of goods. Also because the sector is used to using the cheapest of all fuels available, fuel oil. So it's changing the mindset on that is not an easy task. And thirdly, I'd say that because there's no silver bullet, also the whole supply chain, the fuel supply chain will have to change, and we'll tend to have a set of alternatives. We will not have one product to solve it. Unlike aviation, where we see that either the advanced biofuels we're producing or in the future synthetic fuels have no major difference in terms of the molecule that we supply. So it's we can blend it with the fossil fuel that we use today in the planes. Nothing has to change in the supply chain. We don't have to segregate products. We may, but we don't have to. That's not the way things are going on maritime. So what we are seeing right now is that to gradually decarbonize the energy that we use in the vessels today, taking aside what can be electrified, like onshore power supply, of course, but once we go into the sea and we need a higher density source of energy, in the short term, what we have is blending with biofuels, okay, or LNG. LNG, gas allows straight from the start 20% reduction vis-a-vis with fuel oil, and that for the short term, it helps. Because the regulation that we're building allows the fleet managers to do pooling, they can decide to decarbonize a part of their fleet, and that will allow them to by pooling all the consumption they have, it will take them to 2035, maybe 2040, and that will be enough. So a vessel lasts at least 20 years. Vessels that came on board 5 years ago, they will still be around in 2040, and we need to take that into consideration. So that's one of the options, biofuels for sure, and we'll see a lot of the biofuels that we use today on our cars being diverted to the maritime, to the bunkering pool in the coming years, especially biodiesel. Then it can be blended with any type of fossil fuel, either with gas oil, but also with heavy sulfur fuel oil. You can have blends with biofuels of all of them, just making sure it works. So the mix works. Then we have the gas, as I mentioned. To move past that, we start entering a new reality that will require much heavier investments from a supply chain point of view, it's much more challenging. First, we have methanol, and we start to have a lot of dual fuel vessels, especially with gas. That's what we see more today, LNG, but also with methanol. As you mentioned, Maersk has done a strong push for this solution. Methanol is interesting because it's not very hard to move around and to store. And personally, I believe that any solution for bunkering needs to be quite democratic, because a vessel is here and in Rotterdam, but it will also be in Lagos, Nigeria, or in India, or Far East. So you need to, most of these vessels will need to be able to refuel anywhere. Okay, so that's also very important. And a fourth alternative that some have tried to push for, because looks like the cheapest of all, would be ammonia. But ammonia brings a lot of challenges. It's highly toxic and volatile from a safety point of view. I don't imagine ammonia being supplied all over the world. I think it's so. Personally, I think we'll definitely start with the biofuels and with the LNG, and hopefully we'll also have LNG to be supplied in Portugal in the short to medium term. I think that's really important. It's part of the Ports 5+ strategy that was presented in the summer by the Portuguese government. And then Galp is already working on the other options, namely on methanol. So methanol then can also be used as a feedstock to produce synthetic aviation fuels. So there's this opportunity, the optionality to use it for different value chains, which is something a refinery is really used to do. Okay, so I can tell you that there's a lot of work going on, but decarbonizing this sector requires, it's complex. It requires to build this ecosystem with all the different players, with the port authorities, with the governments, because we have concessions, which then you need to build the right incentives to do the investments. It's not easy. We see that all over Europe, but it's happening, and all these solutions seem to be coming on board on different proportions. Okay.
Listen, thank you very much. Fascinating. Not just out of curiosity, the green hydrogen that you're producing with the electrolyzer, is it for your own production, or are you going to be selling green hydrogen to third party?
For now, our purpose is to replace the gray hydrogen that we produce with natural gas at the refinery with this one, because it will allow us to comply with European regulation, with the Renewable Energy Directive. Of course, personally, I think this is how we will kickstart this value chain in Sinj. In the future, with other players, with other products. We do believe there will be a common infrastructure, and it will be possible to share that. But for the time being, fortunately, we have this, we know where to use the hydrogen.
Very good. I'll come back to you to ask about nuclear energy. So think about it. But I'll go to Ricardo now. Ricardo, of course, it's a completely different type of operation. It's a container terminal.
Yes, so Diogo touched more on the shipping side of the maritime supply chain. I will touch more on the port side.
Yeah.
So being a container terminal with all the heavy equipment, we are heavy and intense consumers of energy. So our scope 1 and scope 2 are very high. So once we start speaking and looking for decarbonization is always a challenge. So how to decrease all of that emissions. So we started in 2011 when we start purchasing the first yard cranes electrical, because the key cranes is not a topic anymore. The key cranes since more than 20 years or 30 years ago that they are electric. So we started in 2011 with the first yard cranes on electrical, and in 2019 the company, considering that PSA as a group is always leading this kind of initiatives and this kind of improvements. So the company in 2019 set very ambitious goals that would be every BU around the world, and we are already 42 BUs around in the world, to set a target of 2030, 50% reduction of emissions, and to be net zero in 2050. So in Sines, we started that journey considering that we have been increasing the equipment fleet, so it's even more challenging because more you increase fleet, more the emissions will come, more the consume will be. So we start on the electrification journey. We have in our fleet more than 90% of our equipment is electrified. But on the ones that for now and looking for the short term that cannot be electrified, the diesel equipment, we start using HVO, which is something that Diogo also touched from the biodiesel point of view, which comparing vis-a-vis with the normal fuel, give you reductions of CO2 emissions maybe by 85%. So if we look the CO2 emissions from scope 1 and scope 2 that PSA Sines is emitting today, and this is something that is certified by ISO 14026, if I'm not mistaken, the legislation, the standard that I'm missing, we are already on the target of 30%. So we are further than the 2000 target. So we already decreased 70% of our emissions. Looking on the long-term journey, considering that most likely HVO will be or will disappear for the SAF fuel, like Diogo mentioned, because HVO is something that will become more and more utilized, and I don't know whether the production will be enough for the demand in the future. So looking for further investments and in the long term, of course, that we can go to different alternatives or hydrogen. We have, for instance, in Antwerp, in one of our terminals, they have different kind of equipment, but they are already trying hydrogen. We have also the possibility to go to LNG. There are already terminal trucks working LNG. So there are several options, but most likely the option will be through the electrification, which brings another challenges such as the infrastructure to supply the energy required for that charging, the number of chargers that will be enough to charge the entire fleet that we have. And the more difficult one is considering today, if we go to refuel terminal tractor, that is a kind of a normal truck, it takes 10 minutes to refuel 100 or 200 liters. But in the future, it can take at least half an hour. Depends also how the technology of the electrical vehicles evolve. So there is also a need of having more fleet than we have today in order to face the charging time. So in terms of investment will be also a challenge, but depends also on how the electrification or the batteries technologies evolves.
But Ricardo, let me ask one thing. In your case, the decarbonization goes a bit hand in hand with automation. Because you started automation many years ago when decarbonization was not necessarily the big aim. So one goes with the other, really, right?
Yes. We started the automation project in 2014, so more than 10 years ago. We started automating our yard cranes. Currently, we have 11 machines
11?
already full automated, working with a good ratio, which is also part of the sustainability journey, not only from the environmental point of view, but from the general point of view, looking for financials and all of that, which will give the capability to the company to do another type of investments in other infrastructures that will be required in the future.
But are you measuring the emissions? I mean, you have some entity measuring the emissions?
Yeah, we measure the emissions according to the factors that are published in the law.
all right.
We submit them legally because being a high consumer, there is legislation associated to that. And as I mentioned, all that emissions are being certified under, I believe that I'm not stating the wrong standard, which is ISO 40026.
Right. Okay. All right, very interesting. Now, we're all clients of Selena. I don't know if you know. Selena works for the largest cork company in the
Treat
world.
me well.
Group Amorim. At least if you drink wine, you're a client.
I
But I don't know.
recommend.
I know nothing about the production of of cork. So it'd be interesting to see to what extent this is an important issue to you.
Want me to explain you the production of cork?
But you only have half an hour, okay?
Well, I don't think I'm the right person for that. Okay, I could do it, but I think we are short on time. So, well, actually, and I will use.
That's not connected, right? Can you hear it?
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. But yeah, we used to say, and it's our one of our main sentences is that we are sustainable by nature because we are depending on nature to do our materials. We use this magic product coming from the forest without the necessity to cut the tree. So we just are taking the skin. And it will be renewable each 9 years. So it's something that is not hurting the tree. And also it's good for the environment and for the ecosystem. Also, that's why we are more and more investing on this industry of cork oak forest, because it captures carbon. So we have this negative footprint, let's say, in a way that is not very technical, but in resume is that how we get our raw material. Then the transformation is done in the normal industry with machines, well, the better if you want to come to visit, because it's very difficult to explain all the process that we have, because we have different business units. We have different materials that we produce in cork, not only the cork stoppers that are the jewels, let's say, and our main business. But then we have other materials with cork and for different applications. Actually, we have a lot of materials that are helping also other industries to be more sustainable, like mobility, for example, is one of the good examples that we have. And not only that, but actually yesterday it was someone from batteries from China, a producer from China.
Singapore?
Yeah, Singapore, no, I think it was from China. Yes. And she could be the right customer for us, because we use also we have the steel industry also for the motors and for the batteries. So we have also in the other industries we can help them to be more sustainable.
Now, do you buy all the energy or produce some of the energy that you use?
No, we produce a lot of energy.
You do?
Yeah, in terms of photovoltaics, nowadays we are now covering already 20% of our consumption. But the target till 2030 is to be to increase the share of the renewables and to achieve the 100%. Till 2030.
The residues of the parts.
Also, that is using for we close the cycle. We don't have any waste.
It doesn't burn very well, does it?
No, thank God.
Okay, thank you very much, Swain. Now we have Jorge Brandão, who works for Sea Power. He has a long experience in the team we're talking about. So please educate us.
Well, I certainly don't have that capacity, but just to tell you a little bit of how do we feel about this decarbonization of ports.
Is it on?
Cool.
Yeah, good.
How Sea Power tackles or tries to approach the decarbonization for the ports. We like you mentioned, there is increasing constraints and hurdles with the Fuel EU, Maritime, and IMO.
Yeah.
And so the reports are facing, although there is this hiccup from the United States for 1 year, but the concern is increasing, and we feel that the technology innovation will probably help a lot in terms of decarbonization of port. Of course, we cannot look into let's do the decarbonization of a port. Let's split it in slices and try to address these issues. And referring to our experience in the NEXUS agenda, we are responsible to create 2 full functional prototypes to replace the, let's say, the diesel harbor or port support vessels, like the tugs and the pilot boat. And actually to prove that the electrification, that technology works for the, let's say, the nearshore activities. And we were able to, although there is not a lot of consistent data on that, by cross-referencing, we got the idea that 25% of a port emission is generated by this array of support vessels that works in a port.
Okay.
20 to 25.
25%?
Yeah. Actually, most of the information comes from ports from United States, like the British Columbia and Washington, because it, like that, so cable management and mental handling, all this array of speed creates a huge amount of 25% of the overall vehicle. And that's why we think it's very important to replicate teamwork on this support system of the port. That's why we are now going back to our role in the next situation. We are developing a full functional pilot boat,
Yeah.
which is at exactly the same operational envelope than the pilot boat that the port of Sea is using, because we have been working extensively with the pilot boat.
Yeah.
And we have come up with
Shut up.
we have come
Go on.
we have come up with a solution that will basically serve the purposes that scene is used for.
So you're working strictly with Siemens or working with the other ports as well?
No, this is on the financing and on the
Oh,
scope
okay,
of
okay.
the Nexus agenda. This is a pilot boat that will be fully operational and delivered to Port of Sines. This is a joint project of Sea
Okay,
Power and
okay.
Sines. On top of that, we are also developing what is first in class or first in the world, multitask tugboat. Okay.
Sailboat?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. It's a 16-meter tugboat with a 14-ton bullet pole, so it's very functional, and it's multitask because it can do firefighting, pollution constraint, tugging. I mean, pull and tug. Some, of course, at the small level, of course.
Mhm.
But the idea is to prove that the full electrification will work on these type of
technology.
ships. Okay, and these two full functional pilot projects will be delivered within the time frame of the Nexus agenda.
Is
which
it part of the Nexus?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
these two,
all right.
yeah,
All right. That's very interesting. No, I've seen actually some large ships with sails, I think, using sails. There are several models like that. It's an interesting concept, right?
Yeah, well, with the current technology of batteries, we certainly cannot replace the long
Right.
the long
Right.
long logistic chains.
Right.
So the electric fuels, probably e-methanol is gaining the momentum. Okay, and then there is a lot of strategies like the sails, like reducing speed and so on and so on. All of these measures that will have to tackle the long maritime chains, because
Yeah.
the electrification, unless you bring another ship with batteries, it will not work.
Yeah. Well, when I was a young naval architect, there was a ship called the Savannah. Savannah was a nuclear ship, actually. Just to prove, it was an American ship to prove the technology, and it worked beautifully. And then I come back to our energy guy. Because Savannah, nuclear power really has a bad name. Maybe deservedly or not, maybe you can let us know about it. But it would have the advantage of being scalable, which none of these other energy sources are scalable. Do you have a thought on that?
I do. One of the synthetics are scalable, okay?
Yeah, oh, okay, right.
The synthetics are scalable. So in the long term, we'll always have sun, we'll always have
Okay,
wind,
yeah,
we'll
okay.
always have water.
Yeah.
So we can always grab CO2 from the atmosphere, synthesize hydrogen, and synthesize molecules through different technological routes. So on that sense, synthetics are the holy grail, but the costs are
Too high.
10 times
completely automated or not?
There are already
Here?
cranes. There are no, in Portugal we don't have.
Yeah.
The other cranes we already have and other terminals have as well.
In PSA terminal? Yeah.
We have, for instance, we have the new terminal in Singapore, WAS, which will be the biggest
Yeah.
terminal location in the world.
In the world, yeah.
Will be a terminal with the capacity of 18 million cubes.
80.
80. To have a reference in Siemens, we handle 2, and we are the biggest terminal in Portugal. So just to have.
And we work
comparison
much harder,
scale.
come on.
And they have already key cranes not fully automated yet. The
Yeah.
vessel side still being with the operator in the cabin, but the port side or the wharf side, the land side is already automatic.
Oh, I see,
Because
okay.
all the other equipment
Okay,
is automatic. There are already few proof of concepts. There are already some terminals that are
Oh, good.
That are already some terminals that are trying that technology, but still new technology that are being proof yet, because it requires too many sensors, too many systems to make sure that the spreader, which is the let's say the crane piece that hold the container, to enter in the vessel guides to pick the container. So
Oh, I
it's a
see.
big,
Really?
from the technical point of view or the technology point of view, is the main challenge, because in terms of anti-collision, to drive the crane from the land side to the seaside, there are no risks. There are plenty technologies already
right.
that can be implemented to avoid that, even to reach what they call the immersion point, which is from the vessel deck to the vessel hold. There are already systems in Sines. We tried in 2016 what we call a semi-auto cycle, which is the driver land the container on the land side, and the driver need to enter on the immersion point, which is pick the joysticks to pick the container from the vessel hole, but all the other cycle from the immersion point to the land side until what we call a safe eye is already full automated. So we have three cranes with that technology. Normally that cranes are used for the beginners on the key crane job. So because on the beginning they are not so experienced with the, because working on, just to give an example and idea, in our latest key cranes, the operator is more than 60 meters high from the place where he took the container. So you have a piece of steel that is the spreader, that normally the weight is between 14 to 16 tons, plus the weight of the container, and you need to control all that sway by ropes, because you don't have any fixed system that block or disable the sway. So due to that, we have these 3 key cranes with that technology that help the beginners to start learning how to operate the cranes, and then they can work whatever crane we have in the terminal. But full 100% automated key crane is a challenge. As I mentioned, there are already terminals trying as proof of concepts, but is not a standard yet.
What you can have is a remote control, maybe, I don't know.
Remote control you have already in several
have that.
places. You still need to have some technology to help you and to help the operators to be able to enter in the vessel hold, which is always the more challenging part. But remote operation is already possible.
It's extremely tight. I mean, the margins.
Sometimes it's centimeters, so it's very tight.
I think we have time for questions from the floor, but before that, I would like to ask Celine if you have any automation programs at your factory, the Marine. Is it possible to automate or not?
Yes, we have done a lot of automation. Actually, I was surprised when I went to Amorim, because I expect to find a lot of people working, and instead of that, we have a lot of machines.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yes. But I may disappoint you, George, but as a shipper, I'm here more to put questions than to give answers, okay?
Very good, very good.
Sorry. And actually, I was thinking about what
George.
what the other George was saying about this 2025. I was really surprised about this because I was not near aware about this. And one of the questions that I have, and because we are now we are we have not yet formalized, and now moving for the scope 3, we are we do not yet formalize our targets for scope 3.
Okay.
We are starting a lot of a pack of initiatives to do it, and we have to have this finished till in the next three years. But in this process, because it's very complex, when we have, as I said before, different business units, some business companies in different countries, and we need to do this all consolidated. So we need to work with the same criteria, with the same data, understanding everything in the same way, standardized all the information to have honest data, okay, at the end, honest results. And each time I'm looking, or I'm trying to figure the emissions of a container, for example, from Leixões to Oakland, that is one of our main ports, are they considering on this value that is coming up, this kind of operation, the transshipment operations? I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know if someone here can help me, can give me this answer. So if we want to do this, I think we have to do it in the right and mainly in the honest way. Because otherwise, even because it will punish us in the future. And I'm not talking now about environment punish because the world is dying. It's not that part. It's not that I'm saying. Is what I'm trying to say is, if today I will report, I don't know, 20 tons per whatever watts, but I'm not considering all the way. Okay, first mile, last mile, sea transport, port operations, port of loading, port of unloading, transshipment ports. If I'm not taking in account all these emissions, and if somewhere in time we will be forced to do it, I will be penalized because I was not reporting in the right way before.
That's a dilemma.
Yeah.
If I may, George.
Are there any questions from the floor?
If I may, it's not an answer. It's just a comment. It's just a comment for what Celine is saying. I believe that, and we are also accounting scope 3. Is not part of our targets, yes, because like Selena mentioned, is a very complex calculation. And I give an example. Imagine that today I order something that will come by truck. And that truck from point A to Sines will take 200 kilometers, but bring cargo from several companies. So imagine that on the first 50 kilometers is only one truck with the cargo from all of us. If I count on that first 50 kilometers, the scope 3 of my cargo and everybody counts the same, the double counting will be multiple. So it's a very complex equation. Everybody is trying to look what it means scope 3, but so far still a very complex calculation, and that is difficult to set targets for it.
And to give you an idea, in Corticera Amorim, in scope 3, we have 85.5% of indirect emissions, okay? That represents of the total. And almost near 23% are under my umbrella. That means transport. Okay. So that's my huge challenge for the next coming years.
And my understanding is that the trucking is by far the main component of scope 3, from what I've seen. And it goes very complicated. Well, I'll turn to the floor. Is there any questions? Yeah, one question. You've heard them. Don't project, come on. Oh, I don't see it. Is it there?
But just-in-time arrival doesn't require any change to physical infrastructure, but it does require change to ways of working.
Yeah.
It also has impact, potentially anyway, on decarbonizing the maritime supply chain. So my question was, to what extent can you guys respond to the feasibility of just-in-time arrival implementation in port operations, as well as the maritime
Right.
shipping, by the way?
You don't have anything with the shipping.
No.
Because no, but we have some statistics. You're absolutely right. We have some statistics here in Sinis that ships wait. Luis Arroz has the numbers, but the average of time the ships wait here is equivalent to have 2 ships the full year waiting. That's how many hours the sum total of all the waiting time. Because of this just-in-time not really working. And that has the problem to solve is that there's many parties involved. One of them is the shipping company. The shipping company goes as fast as they can, and then they start charging the demurrage. So there's no incentive, really, not to slow down. So you need a solution in which every party, it's a bit like a trucking problem, which every party takes a piece of the advantage of the just-in-time. So it's quite a complicated problem. But I don't know if you have the solution. Maybe you have the solution.
Well, there was a presentation earlier in the panel of the side, side room here.
Yeah.
One of the scientific ones that had like a paper.
Yeah.
These challenges around.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure whether they also came up with a number of solutions. But I do know that in the Dynaport project.
Yes.
They are also looking at how you may actually resolve some of those things.
Right.
So hopefully some of that stuff will come out in the next
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, I understand in Sinis, don't have the statistics. I understand in Sinis many times the waiting time is just because of the weather. That's what I understood, but I don't know what percentage that would be. Because Sinis is an open port, but you don't have a problem with the container ships, for example. They have windows and they can move within the windows, so there's very little waste of time in the container ships. But in the tankers, there's a huge waste of time. So hopefully we'll be able to help Galp reduce some of their costs.
Yeah, I was simplifying my life when I said that I had nothing to do with that, because obviously
now you remember.
Not only we bring a back and forth product, we have another hat as a fuel terminal operator, and so of course that scheduling adequately and minimizing demurrages and on all of that is really relevant for our business, and the logistics that we have on the backbone to support it is not always amazing. So we have a lot of bottlenecks that also forces us to have a very tight management of the operations. So anything that can help that is obviously welcome.
Yeah. Just clear here and everything. Any more questions? Diz, querida. Não consigo ver. Consegue ver? Se eu conseguisse ver isso, era um homem feliz. Consegues ler, não? All right. Well, we can go home early. Well, no more questions? Okay, we're just about time. 5 minutes relaxation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the call. Thank you very much for your attention. And we continue.
So after these 2 insightful days, we will have a wrap-up of the entire conference. I will ask, please, Jaco, Pascal, Claudio, Chris, and George, please stay there.
I'll continue here.
Yes, please. We are going now to wrap up the conference and try to answer to the question, what's next? After all these innovation stories that we've heard, after all these success stories, where are we heading to?
Yeah, there is a, yes, there's a part of the, there's a part of the closed thing.
One, two. All right, so we are here now to talk about what's next. You know, not only conclude, but you know what could be the next step, you know, of D2XCEL and NEXUS. So I think we have lots of ideas around the table, but before we do so, I'd like to talk for 30 seconds to all startups and venture who presented. I have one important recommendation for you. Go back to Steve Jobs. Understand that PowerPoints are not reports, right? So rather spending your time to look at that screen, spend your time to look at the audience. I've been seeing 90% of the speakers looking at the screen and not looking at the audience. And when you do slides, have one picture, 2 words, 1 number, that's it. Look at Steve Jobs, how he did it. This is very important, because if you want to create a PowerPoints that we saw, it is a report. A report, we read a report. We do not look at the report. So I just one advice, but it is a very important thing. You are here to create a speech to capture the audience, right? So this is very important, right? So I'm playing the bad guy here, but you know that's help a lot, you know, when you speak. You know, it's very important. Look at your audience, your customers, your partners that you want to engage, you know, big time. So, Chris, what's next? What can we do next as both teams? We have 2 organizations here, NEXUS and D2XCEL, you know, what do we need to do?
I'm being defeated by the technology. Yeah, somebody's going to figure out that button. Anyways, so I actually met some startups I have not met personally before. You know, let's say use the old word, Rolodex. I do have extensive Rolodex of contacts, been in this industry for many years. And I actually learn quite a bit of what I can take to some of my other clients around Europe, around Asia, and saying, I've seen this. Okay, so startups, it is very important that your messaging is clear, very forward, because the moment I send you to the client, you're facing the CIO or CFO, the message has to be really clear, and you have to be very clear about the value proposition, how quickly can be implemented, something can be implemented, and how quickly it will have business impact on the customer, not on your bottom line, which is essentially making money for the startup. I think that the technology is growing. At startups, we're very quick at picking up the technology. I think what we forget is that the clients run the business. They do not have time to stay ahead of the technology or even be on with the technology at the same time. They're usually spending time catching up. And I think in our sessions yesterday in the panel, when we were discussing AI, there was a reason why we're asking this question. If you talk about AI and you drop AI in every third sentence, do you actually know if your client actually understands what the AI is and what hides behind it, and whether it actually can really realistic to do for the business if you're only talking about the technology and AI, but the client is thinking costs, bottom line, cost man hour per container, kilometer per liter of gas, and so on and so on. So that's something to us. But I would say a very good event. There's a plenty of logistics stuff, both on the sea, on a berth, and as well as in like today's presentation about Medway. I think that was really excellent. That I can already think of one client in Italy where I will take their solution and essentially set it over there. So events like this are needed. If the technology message is clear, if the value message is clear from the startups, I'll be happy to keep introducing. And I think that there was enough power over here. We're sitting with contacts, right? We know who needs or who is looking for something. So I would say excellent venue over here. Am I optimistic about this? I would say so. If we have a supportive Port of Sinas and maybe other ports in Portugal, if we have some logistics companies support, like Rangel, for instance, I see that the opportunity to develop startups based here in Portugal, not necessarily imported from other countries, is also very high. So that would be really good. Sorry, I was just probably talking too much, but here we go.
I think it's true. It was the first time in Europe that we were getting together investors, mentors, clients, partner on a pan-European scaling initiative. And the first time that we were all meeting together on that was in Sins. So I think it's, we can enlarge that. So Claudio, what's next? I know that you have lots of next steps, right?
But I can say that for us, what is important is not to lose this moment, because it was hard to build, and we need to find a way to scale what you are doing in the Nexus. I believe, personally, that this should be the first phase, the first step, let's say. My wish is to involve other Portuguese ports in this kind of initiatives, because this is the foundation of the Nexus project, is to create an ecosystem, a collaborative ecosystem, a collaboration ecosystem, to build, to develop innovations around the ports and the supply chain connected with the ports. So you should not lose this momentum that you create here, and engage more and more ports, more and more startups, more and more universities in our sector. So this is my wish for for the future.
Yeah, and if I also can complement what you're saying here, we talked about it earlier, but what you have been building with university is quite unique, in our industry. I think it's the first time that I'm seeing university pitching equally to private sector, to authorities, young people. You made it. And I think that there is already rooms for being hired, for some of you. But I think it's very important. There is a momentum here of the quality of the speeches of university, and we have our friend from Warsaw, she agree with me. So it's unique in its kind. I have to say in Europe. Generally, we were at D2XCEL a little concerned. We wanted to get the presentation. We wanted to discuss with everybody to get up to speed as the other speakers from startups. And sometime we thought that you were already in startups, so you were already on. So good job.
Thank you.
Jaco, what's next? You have been engaged for 3 years in Nexus, Jaco. You're engaged in many projects in Europe.
Yeah, so Nexus is one of them. I mentioned already the Dynaport one, which is another one that I'm involved in.
Mike?
Yeah. Oh, so it, I was already. Right. No, it's working. It's just it isn't not it's not close enough to my mouth, but I'm always a little bit worried about my own volume. So I hope this is not too loud in the over there. So yeah, involved in lots of projects. But before I go into those, I would like to sort of, to a large extent, agree with Chris. If you have a startup, a lot of the startups know a lot about their technology, but unfortunately, and I've also explained this to at least some of the startups in the room, that's not enough to be a successful company. You really need to understand the business of those that you want to sell to. And sometimes even a specific partner you want to work with, such as what Elon Road, I think is the exact name, is doing with Kalmar. That is really very important. Technology is part of a solution, but you need to know the problem, the business problem that needs to be solved, even better than the technology that you know about. Because otherwise you can't sell it. I've been selling solutions also in my DHL days many, many times over. That was always the key thing. They don't really care so much if you go into the boardrooms about the technology. They want to know what it does and what it solves for them. That's really the key thing. Try and get your head around that particular set of questions. What is the problem? What can my technology do? And how is that technology then helping solve their problem? And explain it in their terms. That brings me to another issue I have with a lot of European funded projects, regardless of whether it's through their resilience or other funding instruments. There are lots of results coming out of this. Very few of them are unfortunately widely adopted. So somehow we need to engage more, and I think also far more early in our projects to get that engagement and get that, and that engagement here is also with the, let's say, user community, really those that could potentially use these tools to actually then make sure that there is a life for all of these good results that are in these projects. So I think with this particular event, we may have made a good step in that direction, but it may not be yet sufficient. So I think we need to also find what comes next in a more structural way than what we are discussing here in maybe half an hour. That is really something of a challenge for, I think, all of us to go into. And I would like to go back just a second to also the point I made before. I think that a lot of industry and a lot of the people in this room that are also operationally responsible, you may need to spend more time helping potential startups to better understand your problem. I don't think it's a good idea to do this and wait to be convinced. You should probably lean in and ask some more questions so that they better understand your problem. And then they can come up with much better solutions than they could if you were to just sit back and relax and hope that they give you everything on a golden platter. That's not, unfortunately, the way things work. So with that, I think I want to hand over to the next person.
George.
Thank you very much. You know, I feel a little bit about this event like the people who go to Fatima. Fatima is a shrine, a religious shrine in Portugal. Maybe you've heard of it. When you come out of Fatima, you are full of faith, you know. You believe in everything, and then slowly starts fading away if you don't re-energize the faith. So it's quite important that it doesn't finish here. That somehow all the networking that was developed that will stay alive. But regarding the startups, I've had a few, and one of the things that you learn, and it's an invaluable lesson, you learn how to fail. It's quite important to learn how to fail. And I worked many years in America, and if there is a contrast between the American business environment and the Portuguese business environment is exactly the attitude towards failure. In Portugal, failing is considered a capital sin. In America, you say, if you don't fail, that means you're not trying hard enough. You got to get used to failing. And this is something that I keep reminding people that for some reason things didn't work out. They're not going to work out many times, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, you need to understand this is part of the process, okay? And that's my reason for that.
Thank you very much. I will try to keep it short. I think that what I learned from this event is the problems of our time are very complex, maybe cybersecurity, decarbonization. You cannot do this alone. You cannot do this alone with a startup. We can only solve those problems by ecosystems, and this adds to what Claudio just said. And I think in an event like this is building an ecosystem, bringing together Nexus and D2XCEL is kind of to building an ecosystem, a new ecosystem. And I think this is the way how we have to approach the complex problems of our times.
All right, so what's next? I can tell you what's next. In a few weeks from now, in Las Vegas, the week of February 9th, we have Manifest. Manifest, this is the largest event in the world like this for supply chain and logistics in the US. 7,000 people only on that business globally. All the world is coming for the last 5 years. D2XCEL will be. I will be speaking there. We have Alan Road, who has been selected as one of the startups of D2XCEL to be speaking at Manifest. EX9 that you saw as well, and a third one called BICO. We have a few seats available to participate to Manifest for the one who are interested to join us. We have free tickets to go there. Just to know, but for information, it is a very important event. CEO of the Port of Long Beach going to be there. Many port authorities going to be there. So it is a very important place to be on a global scale in our industry. So this is D2XCEL Nexus time, 10. I think that we can conclude for today. We'd like to, as D2XCEL representative here, Pedro, just wanted to thank APS and the board, for welcoming us and working together. Interesting enough, it seemed that we were not D2XCEL. We were only one team, right? We have fantastically worked with your team. Narita, thank you so much. Claudio, Andrea, the rest of the team, Francisca, Linda for D2XCEL. I mean, it has been an amazing journey. We were to work together. We started that journey back in January, Claudio, right? So we made it. I think that we had very strong content. We raised the bar very high since yesterday morning. Thank you so much, Pedro.
Thank you all.